It's me. I'm trying to find that.
Yeah, click it.
No.
It's not working. Sorry, can I just drive you?
It's
It's just you. We saw it there.
All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of our resource management reform workshops. We've got Robbie online today. Matt's away in the trees, so hopefully not looking at trees, but where they used to be. So I thought I'd start off with a karakia, to the best of my ability. Ngā mihi o tā rā, ki te whānau, e hui hui nei, e tā te rangimari, kia whakatapua tātou, me ngā mea, e whakapano, ana tātou, hui e taikia. So greetings of the day to the whānau gathered here. Let peace be with us, and may we respect each other and what we believe in. Firstly, just to thank everybody for yesterday and contribution. I just wonder before we get underway if from Fleur and Warren with your perspective, Athlon, is there anything you want to recap on to set the tone for going forward, or anything you want us to particularly think about going forward, or we just tear into the next stage about.
So we have pulled together a bunch of submission points based on what we heard, which we are happy to kind of let you read through and identify any massive gaps. But we're not really, we don't want to spend hours kind of debating the points again. So there's a bit of a balance here about how you want to do that. But I guess if there's anything that you feel like is missing, let us know. Or
Yeah, I would just say that we've collected all the points we heard, but we're aware that some points were not in alignment. So we're not looking for you to debate it today. That's for the council meeting. We just want you to make sure we've captured what we heard yesterday, and then we'll format the paper for the council meeting separately that you can go through them point by point and strike them out, keep them in, or ask for 2, slightly opposing points to be retained and sort of bridged in some way so that they capture the view of the whole table. And probably don't spend too much time with something. This was Warren and Fleur late last night, just pulling them all together from multiple sources. So there could be some grammar issues, but if you see anything fundamentally wrong or missing, then that's what we'd like to pick up today so that it can go on the council paper.
So I'm just wondering if we finish the session that we've got and then pick those up, and whatever else comes out, we pick that up in the last sort of thing, which is when we're going to talk about the links between local government and our reforms as part of that session. And Kate's going to pick that up and take it forward. We just threw a really good hospital past there. She knew about part of it, but not all of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yep, happy to do that.
Cool.
Yeah,
Right.
all right.
Sorry.
No.
Thought we'd otherwise be redoing things and could actually cover back over to stuff we've already done.
That is the one.
I will just make a submission if you want.
Do what's going to do? Which is maybe.
And if you're wondering why my name's up on the screen, it's just because I'm trying to see if I can follow the Zoom meeting to see the presentation at the same time. Maybe a disaster here.
It means you can see Robbie much easier. That's a problem.
Yeah, I'd like to see if hands go up and stuff as well. Yes. And that's that we do drama before as always try and mute microphones and sound and stuff. Hey Robbie, just while we're getting ready, do you want to just do a quick microphone check to make sure that we can hear you if you want to speak?
Test 1, 2.
Well done. Hope you're feeling comfortable today.
Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry I upset the apple with that, but we're doing that better. So I think we pick up where we left off yesterday was we were finishing off notifications, and I'll pass over to the team to carry on.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So we've partly gone through the notification slide. From the biggie left on this is in regards to submissions, which there's been some discussion about already, certainly in the plan making space, but there's also some changes in who can submit on a publicly notified application. So under the RMA, any person can make a submission on a publicly notified application unless the submitter is a trade competitor, and then there are specific requirements for those situations. Under the NEA, only a qualifying resident of the region or an affected person can submit on a publicly notified application. So what is a qualifying resident? It is either a person that is a ratepayer, a person that provides infrastructure within the region, such as electricity distribution, like Aurora, NZPA, a natural person whose main place of residence is within the region, so that could be a renter, and the person other than a natural person that has an office or operates in the district. So that I had a question around that as to whether that should be region or district, so whether that's a typo or was intended. It is understood that this change is a narrowing of who can make a submission on an application is intending to remove those parties who will not be materially impacted by the activity because they live in another region from submitting on the application. I've got some things here that you might want to consider around this. It will add increased complexity to the public notification process, as there will be a need to the analysis of all submissions received to determine if they meet the criteria. So there is a timing and cost element, plus a potential litigation around that space. There are some thoughts in maybe the submission form, the structures people have to say that they meet the criteria, so the onus then goes on the submitter, but ultimately I guess there'll be a responsibility for the council to audit that. There will potentially be reduced input to the consent process for some people groups being excluded from making submissions. These people may have localised specific information which would not be available for the decision maker. For example, the a person may have lived at or near the location historically, but now are living outside the region. They then would be able to submit. For some national or regional organisations, if they do not have an office or operate in the district of the activity, then they would be unable to submit. So that could be a real barrier for some organisations, and that is a variety of organisations from NGOs, but also like Dairy NZ and BFLM. If they don't operate or have an office in that district of that activity, they may not be able to participate in that application. For resource users, that may mean that there will be fewer submitters, so that may mean there's reduced time and costs for processing publicly notified consent. Under the RMA, I do note there are existing mechanisms to exclude vexatious and frivolous submissions already, and not all submissions have the same weight when a decision maker is considering an application. So just because you get 100 submissions on the same point, there is the issues that are looked at by the decision maker that are being raised, not necessarily the number of submissions in relation to a particular issue. And there's a number of other factors that a decision maker will take into consideration. Currently, we're making a decision including the expertise of the submitter, the relationship with the site, and the relevance of the submission to the application. So those are just a few things that you might want to bear in mind there.
Can I just check the process again, because this has changed in the last few years. When you submit now, it has to be the substantive submission as opposed to, or the problem is the submission and then there's the evidence that goes with the submission, and they're two different things. And anyone can bring anyone from outside to give evidence, so it won't necessarily be lost. But how substantive, what delays the processing of an application often is not that, is that the submission is so vague and that it waits till the evidence to be able to answer it, which isn't particularly helpful in the timeframes of things, and I'm just wondering if it's a specificity of the submission at times that has to actually be dealt with. There can't be a generic, this doesn't meet the requirements and move on until they give evidence. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand the point that you're making there around the content of the original written submission being specific enough to not open a wide door come the hearings process and then allowing
So I mean, because the evidence is often only required a few weeks before the actual hearing, and it's very hard for anyone to address those issues after the effect, and that is the inefficiency often of the system.
So there could certainly be an opportunity there to ensure. I'm trying to recall, Alex, if you know.
Having said that, it's very hard to turn that around in such a time frame.
Only if you have a hearing.
Yes, but then but I'm not sure when you're going to have a hearing. Evidence.
And I think there's an issue as well in terms of the submission timeframe.
Yeah.
So once an application is submitted, the normal timeframe would be 20 working days for someone to provide a submission. And on a large scale application, that's not long for them to provide full scale evidence. So I think that's probably been the pinch point for submitters up till now. I don't think the way they are planning to make those changes with this new bill will solve that problem. It's just limiting the amount of people who could submit rather than how they submit.
And so I'm lifting it up and saying, what are the actual issues here that they may be missing out on?
Yeah.
Because I think I'm getting them more specific would be helpful. Yes, it's not easy when it's time bound, but to be fair, all of the other issues can be dealt with as evidence, because you can bring anyone in for evidence, can't you?
Yes, as long as it was a submission point.
Yes.
Richard?
I think what you said just before was that the identification of the affected parties would legally sit with the applicant rather than us. Was that right? But we'd need to audit it. I'm not sure.
In terms of one opportunity, so in terms of this new regime, we would need to be confident that the person making a submission met that definition of being a qualifying. And so one opportunity is that you could put it on the submitter to essentially confirm that they meet that definition, but we would still need to audit it. So I guess what I'm raising there is that there's an additional step in the process at the moment, and often, like Alex is saying, you have 20 working days to make a submission. The majority of submissions we receive are going to be on day 19 or 20 because it's not a long period of time. So we're going to, for some large publicly notified applications, you might get 50, 100 submissions being lodged on that date, and there's going to need to be a process to confirm that they actually can enter and can be a submitter on that application, that they meet that definition.
Yeah, so cast your net wide still, but then narrow it down if you needed to. Yeah, okay, I think I see that. Then the other point would be, because I think there's also the requirement to have it basically notified a lot of the time as well, whether the applicant can ask to still have public notification. They're still able to do that.
That remains, the applicant request remains. What has taken away is a thing called special circumstances. So that's been removed. Currently under the RMA, there's an opportunity for the council, if we consider there to be special circumstances, to publicly notify an application. That is not in the NEA. And as Alex mentioned yesterday, over the last year, we've had 3 publicly notified applications. One of them was applicant request, one of them was because the effects are more than minor, and one of them was because of special circumstances.
Yeah, thank you.
And just picking up on that, I guess, I think I heard you say about some organisations may have trouble because they may not have an office or whatever. But I imagine there's just going to be a whole raft of people scrambling to find ways to get around that by having a member that says, I'll make the submission on behalf of the organisation. You got to wonder about the fact there's the few ways to find a way around it. And you've got to wonder what the value in it, because it's just going to make it a whole lot harder from an
That's
administration point of view, which is picking up, I think, from what Gretchen's saying. So I can't help but wonder and saying, what's the point? People are just going to find ways to get around it. So why put it there? Because it just makes it harder for you guys. And I would have thought we should be saying, well, actually, we're not bothered. It's what you do. I don't know.
Yeah.
Evan?
Would it not stop the person that doesn't qualify from the outbacks of Whangamata, stop them from submitting vexatiously by even starting that process because they don't qualify? So that's what they're trying to get rid of. I would say.
I think understand that's the intent. I guess, is it frustrating? I guess that thing to think about, is it causing more frustration and in the system by adding that in? I guess a point I'd make is if that person is raising the same issue as someone locally anyway, in terms of the decision maker is not adding a lot of extra time. Okay, there's now 20 submissions on this issue, including one from Whangamata and one from Wanaka, there'll be 15 from Wanaka. So I guess the issue is where maybe these people outside the region who are introducing new issues for the decision maker to consider, and I wonder how often that is actually happening.
Just sounds like a bureaucracy.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'm concerned about this restriction on who can submit, and actually do oppose this bit about only qualifying residents because of those matters we've brought up about, in particular, about national or regional organisations, and whether that is the intent of this proposal to restrict them, or whether that is just an unintended consequence. But I don't think. I think those regional national organisations can have very valuable things to bring and should not be restricted from submitting. So I would hope that our submission can make those points. And as I say, I'm opposing those restrictions on only qualifying residents.
Early start.
Chanel, Gary, Kate.
Thank you. I've been on both sides of the submission process, and I wholeheartedly see the point of narrowing the scope of submissions to the extent where sometimes that would be a negative to the things that I would be submitting on. Primarily because I think overall, on balance, it works both ways. I support place-based submission. I support materially affected expertise, groups who aren't necessarily, may not have a base in Dunedin, example, but there are mechanisms for them to achieve that. I would be supportive of clarifying the finer points that you guys have brought forward, but I think the intent of this adjustment will only bring overall benefit to the system in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. Is there any change towards the often encountered situation where a group gets together and words a submission that then all 100 members of that group send in a submission in their own name, all exactly worded the same? And the impact that has is, of course, when the media or the reporting officers report that there's been X number of 100 submissions, it skews the overall
There's no wording in the proposal around that, and those are called pro forma submissions. Like I said, in terms of weighting, just because there's 100 submissions on one point doesn't mean that you give more weight to that issue, but it is, like you said, from a media perspective, that's what they do latch onto. So there could be an opportunity here if you are interested to make a suggestion around that, whether those should be accepted or not, whether each submission has to be on its own.
Yeah, I'd be really keen to see something just along the lines of when submissions are exactly worded the same and all saying exactly the same thing, then whether there is some greater discretion available to be able to group those together or bundle them. But overall, for me, anything that brings the submission process into far more closely aligned to the true impacted affected parties is a real positive. Thank you. Okay.
I'm going to give the counter to that only because I've seen it happen, and it was the Trustpower wind in the Lake Mahinerangi area, where you literally split a community by buying. Some people are going to benefit from it, some aren't. You leave that community devastated if you make them the only advocates. And I could see that happening in Makarora or Paradise or any of those areas, and they don't have necessarily those local expertise to get to. So I get the theory. I think there's more efficient ways to make that whole system quicker and better and more efficient than worrying about where the people who are submitting come from. And I think this is possibly looking at the wrong issue. Maybe people have lived there, maybe people holiday there regularly, they're just not a ratepayer. It doesn't mean that they don't value that place and visit it. Maybe an area who we're very lucky to Target have so many students who come down, live here, work and explore the area as experts and become experts in the area with their thesis. It would be nice if they could submit because they know something. And I think you'd lose more by restricting it that way than you would gain. And I'm just nervous about that. I can understand absolutely trying to, it would be better that people writing a submission from afar say how they're affected. That would be a better test than to say you can't. And I think we need to be quite strategic about that so that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, basically. I mean, it goes both ways. You'll get submitters supporting stuff as well who will be out of this.
I can't help but think that the submissions themselves, no matter how many, what they are, becomes a process.
Yeah.
And if you want to frustrate that process, frustrate the people that can't be part of it in some way, shape or form, and then leave for the hearing process to deal with what comes next. I think it's more what you were talking about, Gary, I suspect. And it becomes, I would have thought, something that's just a bit of admin that is dealt to now in current consents. And we've seen it when you get the same people at the end of the day, the hearing might get to the stage where saying, well, I don't need to hear your evidence because I've already heard it, so tell me what I haven't heard, type thing. But it just seems to be, if you get past the hurdle of being qualified to make a submission, then the process should take care of it from there. So I think it's what I'm hearing around here about is it saying that it's about making sure people get that chance to be heard where it's appropriate. And sometimes what could come out of what's proposed here is that you might miss something. I think that's what the risk is, I think. Would that be fair to say?
Can I just ask, does this relate to anything in the fisheries in the sea area? Submissions about using anything out at sea? Because you can't live there. It's actually quite a just really just saying.
We manage coastal marine areas.
Yeah, it would relate to the coastal marine area. Then became quite
And SNAs as well. Does that have any impact here?
You can't live there.
Just as it normally would within a consent process, it wouldn't be different for the submission.
Just out to sea. We prohibit.
So the question is, have we confused you or given you some direction that's helpful?
We've got direction.
Right. You're happy with that? If I flew, I'm not sure.
A couple of points.
Couple of points to pick up. Right. Okay, cool.
Shall we move on to the next one there?
I'd be really interested in seeing the wording of what we do put down in the end because I'm really nervous about this one. And I have seen so many things that have been influenced by people outside of a region that have just because they've got big checkbox and fight and frustrate the system. And it's still going on now, costing good people in areas trying to do good, environmentally good things that just doesn't, just probably doesn't suit someone that did a thesis in Otago. And they've got millions of dollars to spend on it and they're spending on it and frustrating communities immensely. So I am very nervous about giving too much leeway from what's actually trying to be achieved with the bill. Yeah, it makes me very nervous.
One will get two quite different submission
Yeah.
points in the
Yeah.
draft.
Some
submission,
people feel
and
differently.
We'll either agree
I'm
to
with you.
to
It's but
submit two, but we'll pass something that reflects the quite different views around the table.
Can I ask you-
You know, Chanel was,
Sorry. I think overall everyone is again acknowledging that we need to change things. However, it's like the legal test for vexatious is so high. But then everyone who's ever been born in New Zealand or overseas can submit on something. So it's that where do the lines rest? And as Gretchen said, it could be slightly here or slightly here. And if we can have nicely, elegantly drafted things that can express both of those with respect to those sorts of opinions. It's really us saying that currently it's not enough and it's adding bureaucracy, but we also don't want to strip everything back as well.
sorry, I didn't really want to prolong this, but I just wonder if the issues that have been raised about, you know, Kevin saying about the well-heeled person from far away places, does the decision making and then the appeal process then probably address some of those concerns? Because I think that up until that stage, what's proposed in the new legislation, does that limit that, which might be says, well, it can come through at the submission stage, hearing decision, and then but then the rights of appeal are further limited and constrained.
Right of appeal, so limited. And it's the actual hearing is getting the evidence up and the weight of it, just getting to that point. Because it can be vexatious, but evidence and everything.
Yeah, I understand that, but more the form is what do they do about the appeal process is probably what maybe we might pick up as part of that.
Oh, sorry, we were just having a little chat between us that when we're looking at submissions anyway, to get to a point that there would be submissions, the bar is already raised within this new legislation so that the applications that would be notified are, I don't want to use the word limited because that gets confusing with limited notification, but already quite limited. And then so the submission point is going bar raised in terms of who's notified, and then submissions kind of potentially limiting the people who are involved in that. So it's a double whammy. So maybe if you think about the picture as a whole there.
Okay.
It could be a double tap back.
Constrained is a good word.
Thank you.
Look, I'm just going to raise it, and I don't think it's a problem because I think they probably are a great payer, but the Maori land makes a lot of people do not live in the districts with Maori land, and it does actually compound some of the issues of them being heard at an affected party. I just want to raise it because they're not in the room and just checking that how that would work. The thought of getting a letter from you saying you've got 3 working days to submit on something and they have to get a consensus in their grouping is an interesting beast. And then whether they have standing because their address says they live in Whangatai. It's interesting. It's time we're getting rid of addresses.
I was just going to make a request if possible, maybe for that one, if we could have an example on both sites, would be helpful to illustrate the points that we're making about, when it's good to have it more wider and when it's good to have it more narrow. If anyone's got examples, can you send them to me, please?
Okay, you had Trustpower, didn't you?
Trustpower and Mahinerangi, absolutely. And the problem, sorry, this sort of goes to the point that's up there where people's declaration of payments or accommodations. If you're getting one side being paid to be the place that gets the wind turbines, they are one side. The other side get to view them and get no benefit. And it just, that was a terrible situation. Very, very, very small, but it had been tight community. The same thing happened with the wind turbine one on in Loganburn. It really splits the community. And so to get a neutral voice, they've come in passion and to become the advocates is actually difficult in that situation.
Wouldn't they all be affected parties though if they've got the view?
Yeah, they do, but then you're battling each other against each other where some of that independent submission points lifts it up above that personal, and that can be really, really helpful. So I'm just giving that as an example where it would be good to have that support or that clarity and independence. reads. Yeah,
Any other thoughts as to examples?
you've got an example.
Your whakamata one, Kevin.
Yeah.
Based
Yeah,
on
no,
something
no,
real, or you just ask me?
I'll word one out.
I think that would be the useful thing, and sort of to make sure we don't get a situation saying, well, people are already affected, so they're in. You know, it's really if the Northern Whitebaiters have an issue with something that's happened on the Mount, is that relevant? Type thing. And that's the sort of one I think you're looking for, saying, well, you know, is that sort of one that would be probably prevented from, but actually might be relevant at the same time.
Water allocation, if you've taken water out of payroll, but you're so much down on the Tari, you're still on the Tari River, does that mean that you're affected by the same stance? Not sure. And so that's hard to quite understand where that would be as compared to a large scale residential development that may be in your view, but not really within your boundary of concern. Yeah.
Well, it probably comes down then to the words in the slide about the qualifying residents of a region. How specific that is, and whether that actually.
So district is in terms of the groups. Yeah, so it's region for ratepayers and for say renters, and but for those groups, it says district. So I would that could be something to submit on if you think that should be wider. I'm not sure why that's gone down to the district level.
Sorry. Surely there's some issues in New Zealand that are affect the whole country too. You can't silo things into little pockets sometimes. Like, I don't know, the tourism network, for example, and it's got some P blobs across the country and they affect everyone else. I don't know, that's just an example, but you would be pretty interested as a ski field in the North Island and what's happening with our ski fields or our big lakes, and a proposal that stuffed them if you were trying to market New Zealand or whatever. There are some things surely that go beyond a region.
Cut the Wanaka tree down, imagine that.
Electricity. Yeah.
That's a great example.
Yeah, Onslow.
So that's probably a good example of the reason for letting people in. That's really one, probably around to find one which is why we would want to exclude the people from whakamata.
They're a republic anyway of their own right.
I have no idea. I think they want some felt. Okay.
We'll just move on to hearings. Yeah, there are some minor changes in the hearing space, but as there'll be fewer notified applications, there'll be fewer hearings overall, so this will have a low impact. There is the addition of mediation options before a hearing, which is useful, which is great. The main impediment to efficient reduced cost decisions is the proposal for all decisions to be made by commissioners. So that's the last point on there, and it may seem pretty minor, but it's at the moment, the way it's drafted, it essentially says that any application that's notified, so that's targeted notification or public notification, would need to be decided by commissioners. Currently, when we have limited notified applications where there's no submitters or there's only submissions in support, those can be decided by the staff panel. So it's a very efficient process. We don't need to delegate to commissioners and obviously be charged at commissioner rates and so forth for those applications. So our thoughts on that are that there's an option to just keep it as it is, where applicants can request a commissioner if they would like for their application, but not making it mandatory for commissioners to make decisions on every notified application.
I would have thought, started off, that that seems just a license to print money that's going to cost applicants a whole lot more than it needs to cost. It seems inefficient, inappropriate, and just plain wrong. Yeah, and then Kate.
Yeah, I'd suggest hopefully that's just an oversight that we can correct, because we've been in exactly that situation and would not have wanted a commissioner hauled in to make a decision that could already be made by the staff based on the submission made. So yeah, if we can have some commentary towards providing that would be good.
Okay.
Just want to understand the mediation, which I appreciate this mediation is provided. But this is relatively new. And what amounts to mediation, and who can do you have to do it with every party, or can it be that you try and do some of the parties but not necessarily all of them?
From my understanding, you can require the applicant to attend mediation, and I'm not sure if it requires every party to be there. So there may be some flex in there that you might direct the applicant and a submitter to mediate an issue. Obviously mediation is used quite successfully
Yes.
in other rounds, as we know with our RPS. That's had a great success of dealing with a lot of issues there prior to going to court. So it's definitely a useful tool in the toolbox.
Is it the same mediating process though,
Um,
in calibre?
yeah, I'm not. I don't. The detail is not there. I'm trying to recall, but I don't think the detail was there around, and that might be maybe to come. I think in those kind of regulations from memory at the moment. So there's conferences there as well, which essentially is like a pre-hearing meeting under the RMA. It has the details of what a pre-hearing meeting is and all the details are in the RMA itself. But from recollection, that's not there in the NEA. It's all to come, and I think it's the same with the mediation side. The actual details of what that looks like is still to come in regulations. So we can look into that if you like. Yeah.
Yeah, and the conferencing would be more about getting the experts to agree what they agree on and agree what they don't
Reducing
agree on.
issues for hearing, which is also it's a helpful tool.
Yeah, it's great.
I was just going to say, I don't think you could have mediation without all the parties. There'll be a natural justice issue that you're discussing things with some parties and not others. So we can't do plan making mediation without all the parties, and I don't think you could do a consent hearing without it. So if the detail's not there, we should think about that.
I was more about if you've got neighbour issues as opposed to expert things. You may get the neighbours worked out what their real issues are compared to the other fishing game, or they may be quite different issues, and do them as you do a mediation. You do topic specific.
Just not sure that I understood what you said. You said you can compel the applicant to mediate.
That's what it's how it's drafted at the moment, that it require the applicant to attend mediation.
Right,
essentially. Not to reach a certain outcome, but
But
to
they've
be
got to
part
attend.
in that process. Otherwise it's endless, isn't it, really?
So have you got the same power to demand that those against what the applicant's trying to do to be part of that mediation?
I need to check, but I believe that would be the
Yeah,
case.
otherwise
you again,
it's natural justice again.
Yes,
Yeah.
My experience in mediation and consents where it's been used more in the hearing or the environment court situation is that you are all compelled to attend. And all
Yes,
parties
that's what I was
will
hoping.
be- And as Anita said, there'd be natural justice issues, I would say.
Yeah.
You can't obviously
Sure, I'm
force
sure.
everyone to come to a
Just check
resolution,
that.
but yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Decisions. In terms of making decisions on applications, there's rationalisation of what can be considered when determining applications. So essentially looking at objectives and policies in the natural environment plan in most cases, as well as the addition of the precautionary principle and guidance on applying an adaptive management approach. So that's been added into the Act, which is another useful addition there. There's not too much more to say on those, but if you've got any questions. Right, so moving on to consent conditions. I'll just get to my notes. When considering conditions, there's a further limiting on when conditions can be imposed. The RMA has section 108, which outlines what types of conditions can be imposed on consents. The NEA has two sections on conditions. The first outlines the general requirements before conditions may be included on a permit, and the second details what types of conditions can be included. And in terms of the general requirements, there's only three circumstances where conditions can be included. And first is where the applicant agrees and the condition contains measures that give rise to positive effects or to manage adverse effects. The second is where the condition is directly connected to a relevant provision, such as a policy in the Natural Environment Plan or national rules. And the third is where the condition relates to administrative matters. And so a few things to consider there potentially. If the applicant doesn't agree to the condition and the condition relates to managing adverse effects, will this have some impacts on the environment? However, if there's careful drafting of plan provisions, maybe there'll be hooks in those plan provisions to be able to impose most of those conditions anyway, essentially to impose any of the necessary conditions that are required. Will there be increased litigation risk by challenging conditions that are imposed if they don't meet those or seem not to meet those criteria? And what does directly connected mean? Suspect there'll be some case law developed around this if it's not clear. So just got without knowing the provisions in the plans, the overall impact of this restriction is unknown, as the plan provisions may be the means to impose many common conditions imposed on consents.
They also can be used, so you're sitting down with people, they're having a discussion, someone's really worried about the views, so they say actually they'll do a planting there so that they don't get the views in their way, and they mitigate it through a different mechanism than something in the plan. Get that. The problem then, if it becomes a condition, you need to uphold it, and it's an unnecessary cost and on as a consent on that. You get in the middle of a neighbourly dispute almost, which is unhelpful. And I just want to think about the other side of that. Sometimes there are things that alleviate the issue or mitigate, an issue in the perception of that particular submitter, but it may really be outside the domain of us, but it's a useful tool, but becomes a burden.
I think this doesn't differ to the RMA in terms of us not able to impose a condition that doesn't align with the scope of the application. We still aren't able to do that. In those cases, the applicant would need to put that condition forward to us to put in the consent.
Yes, I appreciate that.
And so it's actually not anything that we are involved with, but it comes up to that point you were making yesterday around kind of side agreements between applicants. And sometimes that doesn't work, and then that's how those conditions end up in consent, but it has to be the applicant putting that condition in themselves.
But once the applicant has put it in, it becomes a burden for you to maintain that condition, doesn't it?
Yeah, it becomes part of the compliance.
Yeah, and that becomes the problem. Yeah. How do you keep that view? And that, I think, is where things become niggly, and it's probably saves us some problems if they're not in there. I just given the other case, I'm trying to think why they're putting these things on.
I guess in this case, the applicant would agree to that condition so
the applicant themselves, and this burden, you become, or they fall out with your neighbour, and it becomes torturous for you guys. You come in the middle.
Send a letter with the rule on it and say that's it. I don't think that's probably done enough. You bought the property, and that's the check before you get in there.
But condition is a condition.
Yeah, but if it's in there, if it's an agreed condition of that property, and everyone's agreed to it, and then they sell to someone else, it is buyer beware. The person that's buying the property should have got it checked out to see what conditions are over that property.
Absolutely, but we, because it's a condition on our consent, have to uphold it, and that's where it becomes niggly for the ORC. I totally understand that, and I'm just saying we shouldn't be trying to be in the middle of something that actually we can't even defend.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Send them a letter and saying that is the condition. Why do we have to get in it? Just send a letter and say that's it. That's
somehow conditions work.
Oh, I don't know. You just send the letter and say that's it. You can't have that hedge height and that colour.
I just wonder if that's beyond the scope of the
get too easy on people.
Yeah, the weeds that will come later on. Gary.
I think in the current processes, though, a lot of consents do end up in conditions that are quite untenable to the applicant, but they end up in the consent because the applicant is either so fed up with the process that they'll just about accept anything in the end to get past it, or it's ended up in a almost negotiated through a hearing outcome that again is quite almost negative or impactful towards the outcome of the consent, but it's just trying to achieve some finality. So anything that can fine-tune the conditions to being absolutely relevant to the necessity of the consent I think would be really positive.
They can negotiate something separate. They don't have to be.
Did that help or did it? Warren seems to be okay.
Yeah, the team understood the feedback on that point, thanks.
All right, moving on just to some other minor stuff. For many other parts of the process, or other applications that can be made in relation to consents, such as transfers, surrenders, consent reviews, there's very little, if any, change in how these would be considered and processed from currently. So a lot of the wording is just being picked up and placed from the RMA into the NEA. In terms of appeals and reviews, as you know, there's a new planning tribunal, and essentially that deals with a lot of what we would consider to be objections at the moment, and appeals on consent decisions can still be made, and those would be heard by the Environment Court. We've got of those changes is pretty low because they very rarely happen anyway, and it's essentially there's a new pathway, but it's not changing those from being able to be made and heard. Right. In terms of the next two deposits, the RMA has section 36 that allows fees and charges to be set, and the NEA has a new section 229 relating to administrative charges. This seems to be similar to section 36. The bill is silent on requiring payment of application deposits before processing begins, so this could pose a potential financial risk. In relation to further information, the RMA enables further information to be sought on an application. Recent amendments mean that the information sought must be needed to make a decision on the application and proportionate to the scale and significance of effects. The NEA does introduce an additional criteria. This is to consider the cost and feasibility of obtaining the further information. So some things to consider here. If planners have to consider this, they have to genuinely apply thought to this and show that they have considered this. So there'll need to be a record that they've given consideration to this, the time, cost implications. Planners may lack the expertise to accurately estimate commissioning costs for information, especially where charges vary widely, and to determine the feasibility of the request without adequate technical expertise. This could increase processing time and lead to disputes if applicants refuse to provide information due to perceived cost barriers. Obviously, guidance and training would minimise some, but not all of this. Can cost and feasibility be reasonably determined for each question that is asked? It's just a question. It is not clear on when, once that consideration is made, how this actually impacts whether the further information can be requested or required. So clear guidance on this would be needed. So in the situation that you do identify that there's a cost to it, but that information is still needed to make a decision and it's still proportionate, what's the result or what's the purpose of that? Do the recent amendments provide enough levers to ensure that further information requests are not unreasonable? For resource users, this may narrow information requested and save time and money, but it's unclear if there will be much additional reduction in questions asked from what would occur currently with the recent amendments. So that's just kind of up for consideration, I guess. Yeah.
Kevin, you had your.
So you're saying now I walk in off the street and I just bought a property and want a consent or require a consent that I will no longer have to pay a deposit. So you're saying no deposit?
Potentially, it's not clear whether you have to pay a deposit. Yeah.
So therefore, if after you're doing a whole heap of work, I say, well, actually, I don't want to worry about that, and you haven't got the deposit.
Yeah, so at the moment we get deposits, and if costs go above that deposit, that's what the applicant can discuss with us if they don't agree to paying those costs, but that's above the deposit. This means that every cost that's charged potentially could be up for a discussion around whether they pay or not.
It's a huge financial burden.
Yeah, this is one from an organisational point of view that there would be some financial risk. Obviously, costs need to be actual, reasonable and fair, but also as a business, it would present a level of financial risk if that is what they have intended.
It's not the business, it's the ratepayers.
Yeah.
That's the big thing about this, I think. Is that,
I would say no to it.
there's some people out there that would use this as a lever, and knowing that they'd have to be, followed for the money, and it would cost more than what you spent probably to do that, and just seems fraught from all points of view. I haven't heard too many people complain about having to make a deposit.
If your deposit's fair and reasonable.
I've heard they complain about what it costs in the end, but that's a separate matter.
Yeah, expect a deposit.
Yeah. I think, so there's a consensus about that, Gary.
It's a timing thing though, isn't it? Because if you're receiving a deposit, you're receiving it at the front end. You are going to be paid at the end, but it's still down to if you're going to enter a consent process, you are going to fund it through to the end and pay for it, and you'll be invoiced for it. So if the deposit is set at X amount, then you're still going to get paid. It's just a timing.
That's the argument. You might not get paid.
Only for good, honest
Yeah.
people from Alexandra that pay all their bills. I'm talking about people that all of a sudden decide I don't want to pay it because I'm not happy with
Yeah,
it. So
I'm
I
a
withdraw away
multinational
from
mining company. I go back to
To go into
Brazil.
receivership, I'm gone.
Yeah.
You've entered into a process that the council has the legal ability to pursue those costs. It's going to make it a bit more onerous than it currently is. Deposit's still just a chunk up front,
Yeah.
a small proportion of the overall cost. It's still going to get paid.
Well, I don't. Yeah. Yeah.
Wish I could be so confident. I don't think there's a risk that the ratepayer should be taken.
Yeah, but how great's the risk?
In 2030 something, how many water consents are all coming on together? A lot.
Of which all will be paid.
Eventually, but front at the costs come immediately.
Might be around.
Sorry. If there isn't
Trusting of our ratepayers.
if there isn't a deposit, there certainly should be an interim payment bills. And to be fair, I think that's where we probably have been poor at not doing interim bills at times.
We do interim bills.
Yeah.
In the past.
Yeah, so we've been doing that for a few years, maybe 3 years, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the interim bills, so how would this affect interim bills?
It's silent on interim bills, but the RMA is also silent on interim bills. That's something we've brought in as a process.
I'd suggest that from recent experience in another authority that this process run by this council is much better than some others.
Yes.
And it's now being picked up by the others as well to work through. I think proceed with the fact that we don't think it should change, and Gary will make his case in due course.
Trust the ratepayers.
I can see you're struggling internally with it.
So confusing.
Right, moving on to the transition period. As you are probably aware, there's been the Resource Management Duration of Consents Amendment Act, which is now in law, and that's already applied automatic extensions to consents that were due to expire before the end of 2027 to the end of 2027, including those that were already in our system that had continuation rights and wish to have that extension. So those updates to consents are currently occurring, and so I could put that as low because we're already working through those and that change. I'll just talk to the transitional consenting process just so we're all clear on that. So that will apply from the period 1 month after the bills receive royal assent until there is an order in council repealing the RMA. There is some wording in there that suggests that could be done by region, or it might be done across the country as a whole. And that period of time is called the transitional period. This period provides a traditional RMA process for consent applications to be followed with some modifications. So essentially, any application lodged during that transitional period would still be processed under our current plans under the RMA, but we would need to adhere to the procedural principles, which have been outlined previously. Special circumstances criteria for notification would be removed at that point. And once spatial plans and national standards are in place, they would need to be considered when we're processing those applications. So if an application is lodged and granted like pre the transition period, which is kind of now, it's treated as a resource consent under the RMA. If it's made during the transition period or pre the transition period, but the decision is made during the transition period, it's processed under the RMA, but with those modifications that I mentioned above. And if an application is lodged or decided after the transition period has finished, then it's kind of decided under the new NEA, new natural environment plan. And so, and any existing consents at that point in time, once that NEA becomes, once the natural environment plan becomes live and the new system is live, they all become permits. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So we get an application or some process to get a substantial water like Falls Dam in. At the moment, we could only give it a 6-year consent term because that's limited in our plans. It would have to, so the reason I'm asking this is, do we need to have some flexibility? And this is probably one of those ones where we need to be able to go to the minister and have a discussion about why there may be a justification to give a longer extension in order to allow it to proceed. Because at what date could it get it longer, up to 35 or 20 or whatever we decided on? It couldn't happen before.
So that would be not until the new system was live, because up until that point, we would be processing, making decisions under the current plan and under the RMA, and the RMA currently interprets a water take, directs consent terms to be no greater than.
And so anyone going in right now or in the next year wanting to upgrade their system and potentially extend it couldn't under these terms.
They could, but with limited years.
Well, no, you wouldn't until So it actually may preclude good investment and wise, better use of water because it doesn't allow that innovation to happen now.
And the reason for that, or what they're seeking to achieve, is that those new plans are all in place before you start processing consents. But that is a potential consequence that we're delaying further again.
Again and again and again. And it's been a long delay in Otago. And yet we've got some consents with separate terms on them that require them to do some change. It puts those people in a very difficult position. But yeah, I'd be saying that we need to have a process to alleviate that. Understand the principles, but there are some one-off ones that we need to have more flexibility in Otago.
I'll also talk about the consents that require replacement. So obviously we've got this Amendment Act, which is extending some to 2027. And then we're going to think about those consents have already got an extension. There's other consents that are going to be expiring after that date, and the new system is expected to kind of come live potentially 2029. So for consents that require replacement during the transition period, there's a further extension of consent terms until 2 years after the new system is live. So this is expected to be 2031. So the proposal is for the extension of existing consents to a common expiry date in 2031. A common expiry date is likely to create a large body of reconsenting work that will need to be considered at the same time. This has implications for ORC and all councils in 2031, as there would need to be increased resourcing to address the reconsenting workload compared to prior years. So the estimate for Otago is that there would be approximately 500 replacement consents requiring permits in 2031, in additional to a normal year.
Sorry, that would actually be around 2,500 consents that would come live at one time, in addition to a normal year.
Sorry.
Yeah, so it's 500 per year.
500 per year. Okay, sorry.
And that probably we're factoring in that you will have new rules and a new framework, so you may not actually have that number, but based on current expiry dates. So you've got to get your plan settings right.
We need to get a transition period on it. You need to be able to provide over. I mean, we did that with something was transitioned in. Maybe it was for the farm plans. Where we were going to transition without farm plans, we can do it, and if we did them by Rohi or FMU, it would make sense. that your applicants are all coming in together?
It would provide the opportunity to align certain areas with certain rules in your plan, if you staggered them rather than them all coming in at once.
I suspect the other risk is that not just for ORC, but for the sector, because the people that are going to be needed to help them do it are in the same boat, dare I say, or similar boat. Like the consent
Consultants,
authority.
technical experts,
Yeah.
if it's across the country and you've got one stakeholders here, you know, fishing game, one date that all consents are coming across the country is similar to the plan issues that you're talking about around everyone needing to submit at the same time, but this is one that could probably be dealt with without causing too much grief, I think, to the system, by thinking about it, doing it a little bit differently.
And would that be important, you think, from a submission from us, is to actually say, here goes the process that we think we should be following, which might be that saying, actually, you progress them, that each year you do the X number or whatever.
Well, staggered the way Rohi makes it much easier for submitters as well.
Yeah. We need some sort of process as part of the submission, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I agree with you, Kat, what you're saying, sorry, but in reality that you might have the bulk of your work in one rohi.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, you might have 490 of your 501 spot all in 1 year. But it's more around workload as opposed to.
But it's better that they all come in as groups anyway.
Well, yeah, but
I don't think we need to get into the detail about what it is that needs to be
it's
a
balance
system.
between the two, isn't it? Yeah.
Gretchen.
I'm wondering if there's quite a few examples as well of consents that sometimes they're short term, they're kind of transitional ones anyway, so they're not in their optimum long-term state, for example. So we need them to up the game basically in a short term to just rolling them over for a further 5 or 6 years is not fair on the rest of the community sometimes. So I'm not sure if there's examples of those types of ones. I think I can think of some, but yeah, there's some that really wouldn't be fair to do that as well. And we couldn't force them to come. Maybe we could. Is there any way of they basically all get to roll over no matter what they are?
So you're talking like wastewater?
Yeah, something like that. An industrial something.
One of your options is that you could agree to extend by activity type based on a risk in each catchment or something like that. So you could say that you wouldn't want large scale wastewater to be extended by the same amount and you'd rather them come in a bit earlier.
So you could set that. Yep.
On risk.
If we also go to another option of looking at something that all the transition councils would review and develop a plan at the outset, so everybody knew what was coming, rather than try and do it at the front end as part of the legislation, a requirement that by a certain date councils have to come up with a plan by which they're going to extend these. That has to be approved by someone or something like that. Is that the sort of thing that's a tool that can be handy, or is that making it harder?
It's an option to submit on. I wouldn't know what the government would have to say in terms of us providing something later in a plan, where I think what they're trying to achieve is that nothing is consented in the period until the new plans come in. So I think it would create unsurety from their perspective. So I think if you were to do that, you might want to provide surety elsewhere or be aware of that.
I understand it was really just a thought that I needed to get out. Yeah.
Just if everything's going to be slam dunked on one day, are we not just setting our staff up to fail, or setting up costs that on organisations that are prohibitive? So isn't that what we're trying to balance out?
Yeah, it's a little bit back to the future in terms of the common expiry date with the deemed permits. And I guess we have an example there that we can put forward where a common expiry date hasn't worked. And that could be that good a Otago context in a submission point. But we then worked collaboratively to put a staggering plan in place based on catchment areas and risk, and that worked. So there's a good Otago example there that you could look to include in the submission.
So using that as an example, I think the wastewater, and I haven't got my head around the new structures and how this is all going to pan out, but we have some real pinch points and non-compliance in some of those consents, and highlighting that those are ones that maybe we don't want to have extensions on it, but we want to collaborate to make sure that they're being progressed. I think you can distinguish some of those consents and with the risk, maybe they need a small risk matrix about what we really are concerned about. I mean, some haven't been complying with what best practices for some time.
Yeah, I think there is an opportunity to identify certain types of consents that you might consider shouldn't have that level of extension or should have a shorter extension, on those that maybe could be suitable for a longer extension if there is a staggering that is being proposed.
Yeah, thank you.
Just for context on wastewater consents, the new wastewater standard came into force at the end of last year, the national one, which would impact a lot of the wastewater systems that you're potentially talking about. They all, if they were to be expiring in the next year, get extended until 28, and the government so far has been silent on whether they would extend those until 31 or whether they're expecting that wastewater standard would cover that period and what their expectations are for those wastewater systems. So it might pay, if you are talking about wastewater consents, being a separate one to reference the wastewater standards in that response.
I think 2028 is too ambitious given the quantum of work that may be required and isn't yet budgeted, let alone set in place. But the non-compliance still remains. That's really helpful. I think that is nailing down what is a suitable and best transition at the highest risk being done first. I think rather than necessarily the easiest is something we should be challenging those councils and companies to be looking at, and again collaborating and saying it's something we could be doing now to give and supply a transition plan, a bit like farm plan on what is actually doable. That has been gazetted. That would be gazetted, potentially.
Wastewater standard.
Really sorry to labour this one because I know we talked about it already, but I'm just double checking that the point before that someone made about we're talking about water permits, but it could be other things. And some people are waiting for a very, very, very long time to get certainty for investment. It's very annoying. Can they come forward? They can't. Yeah, they could come forward themselves, but the rest of they're relying on the rest of the community too to be able to, I suppose. But yeah, can you still opt to come forward, or could we make them wait until then?
There's nothing stopping anyone lodging a
and we would
consent
have to
now or
process it.
sooner. It's just what they would be considered under at the moment. Like you can see restrictor is that consent.
Yeah, there's no point.
Yeah.
So I think really that is pretty important. It's not a favour to someone to roll over their consent, which is often pointed out that way. It's bloody annoying for a lot of people too. Yeah.
One other thing just to bear in mind is the discounting regulations. If obviously we get the whole lot of applications coming in at once, that relates to timeframes, and if we breach our timeframes in processing, then we need to pay a portion of the costs, or not. The applicant doesn't have to pay a portion of their costs. So it's something to bear in mind if we are receiving a lot of applications. Obviously, we do a good job at the moment of ensuring that we're meeting our timeframes, but if you have 2,500 applications being lodged at once, then that becomes a lot more challenging.
So we want to make sure that if because of a backlog caused by the bureaucracy of this, that shouldn't be a cost on the rest of the ratepayers.
Yeah.
I think that's the clear thing out of this that transition is leading to, is that in the end, through no fault of the organisation, the community's going to have to pay because of a change in legislation, which does not seem, and I guess that then goes, that's no more fair than what it is to what Gretchen was talking about people having to wait or, deal with the uncertainty, but it certainly doesn't make it any better by making something like that come into play. So I would have thought we were trying to provide a pathway to address that issue. Okay.
hate to belabor this point, but I think we've talked as a council at times, and maybe this is the opportunity of saying, are we better to be building in an RMA, in the RMA reform, something that actually works much better with grouped consents? And we've talked about alleviating the individual legal consents, and whether this is the time to build that into the process. And I'm sorry, I've just thought about that. We have collectively talked about what that might look like, but we actually haven't put on a submission that may enhance and improve that system.
It's a good idea.
And I haven't got my head around it, and maybe one that I'll come back to you on. But the challenge is what would that look like? And I mean, I know you talked about it at times, Richard, what it might look like, but
Yeah, it'd be a good result. Whether it could be achieved is how it could be achieved, and whether it be the RMA or National Direction for Freshwater that sets up that framework. But I mean, we can have a think about it.
I think it would be worth studying now and noting that the opportunities for that would be in that second tranche of National Direction when they're talking about allocation and market based and all that would be the opportunity to frame that in. So if we get it in.
it would certainly simplify your guys' work if that could be a process.
It'd be a much better result.
So like, did I hear what you're saying, flag it now effectively,
Well,
expecting it to be something that comes out of something like a natural direction or some other thing that's in the post work, which does kind of make some sense, because otherwise you're trying to design on the fly and you won't get it right. Yeah, you're definitely right. Okay.
So this slide is just talking about potential submission points, and I think we've covered all of this through discussion of the slides, but if there's anything further you want to talk about in relation to those, just talking about those transition expiry extensions that we just mentioned, public participation in the consent process, that permitted activity regime, assessing adverse effects, and those commissioner decisions. So we've covered most of that already.
so is there something that precludes councillors being commissioners in the actual legislation? I know that we don't do it here, but
No, not that I'm aware of. I don't think there's been any proposed changes to the requirements around qualifications for hearing commissioners.
thank you.
Alan and Kevin.
You think? Look, I'd like to explore a bit further around the permitted activity regime, and I know we had talked about bits of that yesterday, but I think there's some big questions around that, as with lots of things. Well, I understand there's sort of a principle in here, in this new legislation, that councils can only bring in regulatory tools if non-regulatory tools will not do the job. And I guess if that's correct, that would seem to be behind therefore there'll be more permitted activities. Trying to work out what the implications for that are. And we've touched on the bit about, if there's more permitted activities, there'll be more monitoring required. I guess and I know there's still a whole lot of uncertainty about many things, but to try and get a better understanding of what the implications of that are, both for the ORC's work. Are we going to suddenly have to up our capacity for a whole lot more monitoring because there's all these permitted activities we have to keep an eye on, and potentially also, of course, for the environmental effects. So I guess it's a sort of a wider exploration of those ideas. Would be good to hear your thoughts on those issues.
Yeah, some of it is a little bit too soon to know, really, in terms of what number of activities may become permitted with notice or permitted under the new framework, or have the benefit of that new activity status, to then know what implication that'll have for our compliance monitoring and enforcement teams in terms of workload implications. I mean, certainly having more permitted activities in the purest sense may mean there's more for us to monitor and look at, but also it may mean less consenting and less requirements. In terms of environmental outcomes, there's still a role for us as a regulator to ensure that, they are meeting those permitted requirements and for people to meet their obligations in that space as well. But my sense is it's a little bit too hard to forecast the potential impacts of that just yet in really specific
terms, I would say.
Okay, and in terms of sort of deciding, does this need consent or would be called a permit, I think, won't it? Or can it be done by non-regulatory means? Is there any direction on how on earth you carry out that sort of come to make that decision?
Yeah, that's
I can see on the table of eyes looking at. No, but, and it's almost flipped the script, so what the obligation was, what is currently in terms of plan development in the courts, there's some case law developed over time, is you can't rely on non-regulatory measures unless you demonstrate that you've funded and resourced them through LTPs and things like that. So, you know, you couldn't put up a solution to manage an effect and say this is going to be done in a non-regulatory space without the evidence to say that that's in train. Otherwise, the courts would say, well, actually, without any evidence, it needs to be a rule. We need a rule in the plan to do this. I haven't seen that part that Hannah is trying to find it, and actually seen it, but it does sort of imply that it's flipped the script on that, and so I don't know whether the burden of proof will still exist in terms of demonstrating that you do have, and it might mean teams like Joe's environmental delivery team, we need more of them to do the work. Almost anything can be done in a non-regulatory manner. That's the reality.
Yes, all right. So, but okay. So there is further uncertainty, and I guess I just want to make sure that we as a council will be equipped to deal with these changes, and that I know is a big sort of question. So we'll keep thinking on this. Thanks.
After spending 59 and a half minutes listening to a very good podcast that Alan sent me last night, one of the things that that group was concerned about, the EDS was concerned about, was having no rule in stocking rates, for instance. So where there's no rule to limit your stocking rates. So I would assume that if a stocking rate was causing an environmental effect on a waterway or a wetland, for instance, that your farm plans, as a non-regulatory tool, within your farm plans, that, and under a catchment action plan, that the area decided that we needed to limit our stocking rate to X, and we did that, and we got the right environmental fix, that we wouldn't need to create a rule because it had been done. But if the environmental fix wasn't done, we would then perhaps have to put a rule in place to say that, and if the stocking rate was the answer, we would then create the rule. Is that what they're trying to get? Is that how I understand what they're trying to do at the moment?
So natural resource caps work if you want it.
Limits, yeah. I understand this is in relation to limits and caps and so forth, and that's not I haven't briefed up on that part of the.
But you wouldn't need to have you wouldn't need to put a rule in place if the non-regulatory activities were ensuring that the environmental position was correct.
Effective.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that.
So
you don't permit it.
You wouldn't, but you've also got to remember too that rules are often only for the 10% that just won't get on board with anything that's non-regulatory. They're almost a backstop. So
No, I'm not agreeing with you.
the critical thing within the permitted activity is, even within permitted activities, there will be rules that have to be met to achieve that status. But it is currently very difficult, and it is a cost solely that sits with council if we choose to be proactive in monitoring permitted activity. So you can still do it, but this is around, we need to, this is where the lack of information is incredibly difficult for staff to give a really accurate picture on what the impact of this is going to be, because we don't know how many permitted activities.
No.
We don't know what the criteria of each of those will be, because that will then drive, well, how difficult is it going to be for our compliance team and our data team and others to get a really good picture on those permitted activity operations and be able to take the necessary action if things are not the way they should be.
Yeah.
It's achievable, but it comes with cost risk for council, and it does come with environmental risk, because breaches of permitted activity rules are ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, because it's already happening by the time we catch it, as opposed to consenting where you have the conversation and set the criteria, and and there is a balance there, and the government are clearly moving towards more permitted activity, but it comes with risk. So I think in terms of the submission, if this council is concerned, it is around clarity, it's around cost recovery, and those sorts of things that will enable us to do what we need to do. But ultimately, permitted activity monitoring isn't after the fact thing.
Can I just add, I'm sorry, I just been screening through because I knew I mentioned it, but I couldn't find it. So the presumption under the RMA at the moment for regional council functions is if there's not a rule in the plan that permits or otherwise controls it, then it needs consent as a discretionary activity. It's called a nominated activity. That has been carried through in section 36 of the new bill. So even if you can manage it in a non-regulatory way, you still might need a permitted activity rule that aligns with the non-regulatory method,
Yes.
so that it doesn't default to needing a discretionary consent.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
How this all works with farm plans, I think is quite vital. Understanding that the farm plans may be the way through. What I have seen is the worst activities are often on farm nets or lifestyle blocks that have been underneath the farm plan, and the farm plan is not the option. And so I'm interested in whether those under hectare places can, if they've got discretion to have a farm plan, because I think that's a really good way of them getting involved in a catchment group potentially. So I don't know if that door is open or whether it's limited to you have to be bigger. But because those people just don't understand farming often, they just think, oh, this is easy. Don't understand. I've seen cattle be fenced into a waterway to graze it. It's frustrating. It's right beside a farm, so it makes it really bad for us. But it doesn't happen now. The other one is things like gravel construction. I've put up there, but I'm going to ask it now. Urgent works or even necessary works for flood protection or gravel extraction or things like that. Is there anywhere in this document or our submission that we can say that there are a tier of work that just costs a lot of money, 5 years, global consent, that we could be doing better or easier or something a different way? This is our opportunity. I'm wondering, is there a better way of doing some of these things that doesn't have the delays and the costs associated with that, that recognises that wastewater systems, for instance, or water takes for communities or some flood protection works are just part of that, and that will be done at the best of intent, but gives a different pathway. Because I think this is an opportunity to be putting it on. I'm not sure what other people think. A lot of those added costs at the front end are just abhorrent, some of those things.
Not sure anybody's picking up your job.
No,
I just wonder about the
way to do that would be through the standardisation. Like if there's a
Yeah.
direction to standardise particular types of consents, and if they are those larger infrastructure enabling sort of types of
And even just putting a new bridge on. I mean, in Otago and Southland, I know from the regional transport, we've got hundreds of bridges that will need replacing. The front end cost of getting the consent to do that work. And to be fair, NZTA did aren't necessarily the best ones, they did fix up one of their consents recently, but I just think we need to enable and be really front up that these things are going to be coming. We need to be planning to get them in as easily at the front end as possible.
We can put a submission point in around that, enabling the critical infrastructure type definition.
Needs it, yeah. Well, I think any lifeline infrastructure needs to be given a way through that's probably less to just.
Oh, sorry, Natasha.
I was just going to, all I was going to say is that in terms of, there's a new national policy statement on infrastructure that does elevate infrastructure considerations and therefore there is the government is kind of in support of that at the moment around making the process easier for infrastructure development. Yeah.
Well, as long as it's not just government infrastructure, but it's TA infrastructure and LA, other territory infrastructure as well, that would be helpful.
Thank you. So I would hope on the permitted activity regime that in the agricultural sense, farm plans will become quite a vital tool, that if your farm plan's right, your permitted activity will be right. But when we get to are there going to be any non-agricultural activities that will become permitted activities? And if there is, what sort of plan will cover those off to make sure they're going right?
Thanks.
We don't have the detail on what will be a permitted activity yet.
Cool. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I can see.
Would say
Yeah.
we've got a whole raft of permitted activities that aren't just agricultural.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's already across the spectrum, discharges to air and Tash mentioned yesterday the water takes out of the Clutha.
Yep.
Yeah, it's 100 litres a second. There's already a whole raft across a range of spectrums that are industry specific. I imagine that opportunity will remain. But when they're permitted, that's the bigger challenge about the council side well made about monitoring them and where that cost falls.
Yeah, so will that be part of this new process? Well, it needs to be part of this new process, that this is how you do monitor it, or how you ensure that it's being done right, or this is what you.
Yeah, I don't
You know what I'm saying?
necessarily think having how monitoring is undertaken prescribed and the regulations would be helpful for us. But I will let the compliance team speak to that.
Yeah. I'm probably thinking more if they make other activities now permitted, how will they be environmentally gauged that it's being done right, I suppose. Yeah.
So I guess, and we'll speak a little bit more to this in our section, but part of the outcome of this legislation is that we will, and we already have one, but we'll come up with a new compliance strategy which will dictate what monitoring we're going to do. That will go through our governance group at the time around how we're funding it. There's more options there around charging for that monitoring, and so we will have to. There's an order. You'll get your planning in place, which will set your permitted activities, and then we'll review which ones need to be proactively monitored. And put in place a plan to do that around resourcing and charging.
Cool, thank you.
In terms of this, if you're thinking about submission points, Kevin, I think the key point is the ability for councils to request information. So we've got farm plans as a tool for those type of activities. If there are a whole lot of us, what is the mechanism we have within the legislation to enable us to request information so we get an idea about potential effects or at least a broader picture? That's probably
what's missing.
I guess if we think about what we're submitting on, it's less about what the permitted activities are going to be. That's going to come down the track. But if it is enabled in the way the government are clearly going, what do we need as a council to fulfil our function? And it's around information. Because if we don't have that, we can't make decisions.
You captured that. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. I suppose if I was writing a submission all for myself, then as a real fan of permitted activities and certainly buying into the government's direction towards more permitted activities and enhancing that ability, but I'm not. And so totally up to you as to how you glean out the differences amongst us around the table. But I look at how regional councils across New Zealand have been, we all have permitted activities, and for us in rural areas, the necessity of being able to live there, the septic tanks operation, the domestic water, however that works, has to happen. And so if we move those activities to consent requiring, then that involves more involvement with regional councils. It's more staff, it's more work, it's more cost. And what happens if you can't meet that? And so I don't see at the moment a whole heap of ambulances sitting at the bottom of cliffs having to resolve situations created by that. I think the government's direction is really positive around for councils to be having more, if possible, involved in the permitted activity space. And I would be really keen to see more down that path than less. And so how you choose to portray that is totally up to yourselves in the submission, but that would be my stance around how I proceed.
And on that note,
So,
we can probably say that we're now back on time. On day 2, we're going to break for morning tea and come back for the compliance and enforcement, 10:45. Thanks, team. Good to be already back on time. Andrew's had to pop out, so we'll be without him for a bit. He'll be back in due course, hopefully. And we'll now move on to the compliance and enforcement side of these reforms. Welcome, team.
Morning, councillors. I'll just start with a brief introduction, then I'll hand over to the team. So I've met all of you before, but my name's Simon. I'm the compliance manager at ORC. I'm joined today by Eve, who is one of our 3 monitoring team leaders. So just for a bit of context, those are the teams that go out and do our proactive monitoring, which is both consents and permitted activity monitoring, but our planned monitoring. And I'm joined by Peter, who is our investigations team leader. Peter's team runs the pollution hotline, so our reactive monitoring, and also anything that forms enforcement action is run through Peter's team. Peter and Eve prepared this presentation today, so I'll hand over to Peter and take us through the slides.
Good morning, councillors. As someone mentioned, I'm team leader investigations. I'm also an in-house lawyer at the council, and I just want to acknowledge Eve for helping put this presentation together. Our presentation is going to focus on compliance and enforcement elements of the bill. Firstly, what hasn't changed? Compliance and enforcement remains the function of regional councils. It keeps the existing enforcement tools from the RMA, which have been in place for many years, namely infringement notices, abatement notice, enforcement orders and prosecution. It also retains a number of positive changes that were introduced into the RMA last year, the increased fines and infringement fees, as well as the ban on insurance for fines and infringement fees. The fines remain for a natural person, a term of imprisonment of up to 18 months or a fine not exceeding 1 million. For everyone else, a fine not exceeding 10 million, and infringement fees range from $600 to $4,000. Now, getting on to what has changed, there is a requirement to prepare and publish a compliance and enforcement strategy. I'm going to talk more about that strategy shortly, but we do have some new enforcement tools, which I'm briefly going to run over. As a bit of background, adverse publicity orders, monetary benefit orders, and pecuniary penalty orders are all orders which generally require an application to either the district court or the environment court. An adverse publicity order requires a non-compliant person to publish their non-compliance, its impact, and any penalties, and this could be one of the outcomes of a prosecution or enforcement order process. A monetary benefit order is an order requiring any monetary or economic benefit arising from an offence to be paid to the ORC, unless the court directs otherwise. A pecuniary penalty order is a penalty, but the amount is influenced by any commercial gain as a result of a contravention of the Act, regulation, or rules. It's a civil remedy rather than the criminal one, and the court determines the penalty, which is paid to the Crown as a default or any other person specified by the court, which could be ORC, it could be a victim, or it could be someone that suffered loss. A person can't be convicted on an offence and be ordered to pay a pecuniary penalty, so it's strictly through the environment court process. An enforceable undertaking, now this is a tool which sits outside the court process. It's given by a person to the council, which may include an offer to pay compensation, or to take action to reduce effects arising from non-compliance. If the undertaking was agreed to by the council, it would be an offence to contravene that undertaking. And one tool which we haven't listed in the presentation is that one that doesn't generate an offence is financial assurance. Now, the council can require a person to provide financial assurance, which could be in the form of a bond or insurance. And this is similar to bonds under the RMA and likely feature any resource consent or permit conditions. And not all of the new enforcement tools will be available immediately. Most will not commence until the end of the transition period. Of the new tools, only financial assurance and adverse publicity orders will operate earlier through amendments to the RMA. The remaining tools will not apply until the conclusion of that transition period we heard before, which will occur after December 2027. Now, I just want to highlight a mismatch between territorial authority and regional council rules for permitted activities. So both the regional council and territorial authorities will have permitted activity rules, yet only the territorial authorities' permitted activity rules can be registered, and once registered, compliance monitored. Now, the permitted activity registration provisions are in the Natural Environment Bill, and the focus in the Natural Environment Bill is on national and regional functions, more relevantly the creation of a regional natural environment plan, which must include rules and will inevitably include registered permitted activities. We consider that it may well be a typo confining the registration of permitted activities to territorial authority rules, because it should in principle apply to both district and regional rules. We've identified other conspicuous typos to the bill. One example refers to a national environment plan, when it actually means a natural environment plan, which is a regional instrument. Now, the view regarding the typo is supported by other drafting in the bill. Section 202 of the Natural Environment Bill sets out the steps that an authority must do when a person notifies of a permitted activity that requires registration. Yet that section does not refer to territorial authorities at all. It does repeatedly refer to permit authorities. And permit authorities is defined in the Natural Environment Bill as including regional councils. So that would be a point which I'd recommend getting clarified.
Can I recommend that we get that clarified? I was going to say that anyway.
Fantastic. Our slide assumes that it is a typo because it simply just doesn't make sense in terms of where it's located. It also doesn't make sense without the provisions.
But if it is not a typo, are we recommending that it becomes?
It's
silly not
hard to just. It doesn't make sense without it, to be honest.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Good.
From a compliance perspective, registration of a permitted activity has benefits. Firstly, the council is aware of the proposed activity, and second, the bill requires the activity must be monitored. And I guess one of the concerns, and I guess we've heard it this morning, is how do regional councils monitor permitted activities that have not been advised of. Currently, this is through complaints, incidents, and specified monitoring, but this will make up a small portion of activities that are actually undertaken. Some of the permitted activity rules which we currently have now do have requirements for people to notify us before the activity is carried out. So there will be those which I anticipate will be similar to the registered permitted activity rules in terms of advising the council before the activity occurs. Regarding monitoring more generally, under the bill, a charge may be fixed to recover council costs in fulfilling its functions, and this can extend to monitoring. In situations of non-compliance, charges would be applied for the carrying out of any function necessary to determine whether the non-compliance has occurred. And once the contraventions are determined, the cost of enforcement then lie with the council unless otherwise determined by the court. The council is also required to publish certain information, and I'll cover this off shortly.
Sorry, can I just go back about the monitoring of the registered permitted activities?
Yes.
Does that follow within cost recovery as well for that monitoring?
It falls under monitoring.
It does. So
yes.
It is.
So it would be an element that's provided we provide for it in our plan, but we could recover the cost.
So someone's going to currently be doing something that's permitted, no cost, moving into an environment where it's got to be registered and there's a cost.
Well, actually moving into an environment with there are amendments to the RMA that was done earlier this year that enables OSH to charge for monitoring of permitted activities, and that will be in next year's annual plan.
But historically, councillor, you're correct. The two biggest challenges with monitoring permitted activities are we don't have a register of where they are, and historically we haven't been able to charge. We will be able to charge from the next annual plan, assuming schedule of fees and charges.
Devil's not really in the detail, is it?
I mentioned before the requirement for council to prepare and publish a compliance and enforcement strategy. We currently operate under a compliance plan which is reviewed and updated every 3 years. This plan sets the direction and priorities for our compliance program and aligns with national direction set for regional councils, as outlined in the Regional Sector Strategic Compliance Framework. Now, the new strategy will need to be published, and while the specific form and content have not yet been prescribed, the strategy is expected to replace the existing compliance plan. Council's current compliance plan runs for the dates of 2023 to 2026, and we're currently in the process of reviewing that now.
Would that be something that we would, as part of a submission, show as being good practice type of thing?
It's every council should have one, and the reason for that is because of that regional framework that's been in place for many years. it's, I guess, creating a document that we're certainly going to be measured against. That the bill does talk about some of the parties we need to consult to in preparing that strategy, but they do say that there are guidelines that we're covering in terms of the form and content.
I guess what I'm concerned about is reinventing a wheel that exists, which seems to be cost or probably little actual benefit. So I'm wondering whether we wouldn't be strong, a better place to be saying, this is what should be put in place.
And I guess, councillor, we don't know how different this is likely to be from our current compliance strategy until we get the guidance from government.
Yeah, I hear that. I'm just wondering, give them the guidance, say, yeah, use this, we prepared it earlier.
So we're certainly we're comfortable with our current strategy. We think it does a really good job, and if the room's open to including that as part of our feedback, then happy to have that in there.
My gut feels if it's not broken, then don't reinvent the wheel, but Kevin.
Probably just a comment on fees and charges and that we are now able to do, or will be from our next plan, would be that under compliance and monitoring that we know it's the 4 to 5 to 10% that create the issues, that whatever we start doing, we don't start frustrating or disenfranchising the 90% that are doing it really good. So we seem to do that pretty well in general. So I think we just need to keep that in mind as we go forward.
Generally, with new rules, we introduce them softly.
Yeah.
But there will always be ones that probably warrant an outcome. But generally, it would be a new rule. I would take a more, I guess, an educated approach to bringing people into line.
Thank you.
We do, and I guess just to add in terms of cost recovery, though, so obviously in all our activities we're risk assessing and trying to target the highest risk areas, but the cost recovery is spread out to recover the work we do. So even if we're going out and assessing something and it is compliant, there's still a cost recovery element there. There is less work involved though in a compliance site, and we're less likely to be back.
Yep. Cool.
Thanks. Now the new enforcement tools, they were operable for a period of 4 months under the Natural and Built Environment Act 2023 before it was repealed. During that time, Council approved staff delegations for the use of those powers. And while most of the new tools require applications to the Environment Court or District Court, potentially increasing costs, the Council has cost recovery options available to it through the Environment Court. This will be through the form of an enforcement order, which can require a person to pay money or reimburse the Council for any actual or reasonable costs incurred in avoiding, minimising or remedying any actual or likely adverse effect on resources or people, where that person has failed to comply with an abatement notice, a rule, a plan or a permit. Now, the bill defines what actual and reasonable costs are, and it includes the cost of investigation, supervision and monitoring.
Sure. If council doesn't win that, does the cost recovery go back the other way?
It potentially can, because it's through the civil court. Our costs in terms of through the Environment Court are a lesser standard of proof than what's required in the District Court. So I'd like to think we wouldn't entertain anything that we weren't reasonably certain about. Thanks. Council will be responsible for monitoring compliance with standards, rules, included permitted activities in light of the typo, regulations, permits and farm plans. The bill enables Council to set charges to fund these responsibilities in the event of a contravention. There'll be a general shift from monitoring individual resource consent conditions to ensuring adherence to nationally standardised rules and limits. And the bill requires Council to respond proportionally, consistently and reasonably to non-compliance using powers and enforcement tools available to it under the bill. And whilst that requirement was implied in the Resource Management Act, the bill makes this requirement clear, and we assume it will be for future auditing reasons. Now, the enforcement part of the bill requires Council to publish certain information on its internet site, information about functions, duties and powers, straightforward, a register of all enforcement activities that result in a conviction or court order. That would be anything that's came out of the District Court, High Court or Environment Court. and all decisions to accept enforceable undertakings, including the content of each enforceable undertaking and a summary of the reasons for the decision to accept it. And the requirement to publish accepted undertakings creates a level of transparency in the decision and the reasons behind it. The scale of change for staff in relation to compliance enforcement matters, we consider this quite minor. Sorry, also.
Sorry, Peter.
New and all. Can you sort of explain why they would be driving for that register of all enforcement activities? What sits behind that? Just out of curiosity.
I have a view, but I'd be more comfortable communicating that view later on.
In other words, when he refines it.
Now, the scale of change for staff relations, compliance and enforcement matters is considered minor. We take that position, it's due to the volume of legislative changes in the compliance and enforcement space over recent years, which council staff have successfully adapted and implemented. The increased fines and penalties, as well as cost recovery provisions, will help offset the costs of compliance activities. However, for the public, the impact may be more significant due to the potential consequence of non-compliance. And this will include the lack of insurance, the higher fines and fees, and cost recovery provisions. And we also need to be mindful that under the Sentencing Act, the court will take into account a person's ability to pay, which may result in a reduced sum. If they don't have the ability to pay an appropriate fine, community work or imprisonment may be more frequently imposed. Overall, the bill aims to enhance, reinforce the council's compliance and enforcement framework, ensuring greater accountability and effectiveness.
Sounds positive. Okay.
I may have been distracted when you were saying something far more important than I was doing, but I was thinking the word. I just want to go back to the transition. So you've got a consent with non-standard conditions on it, and then the national standards come down. So is there a transition, or do the consents? Did I miss something here? Yeah, I got it. Thank you. I'm just wondering how that transitions over. Or again, is it much more effective for the consent holder that we continue on potentially with the system until they have to, or how does that consent transition work with this?
It's a difficult question to answer with the information that we've got. What I do know is if matters turn up from an enforcement perspective and they are during the RMA lifetime, whether it's the amended RMA lifetime after the bill starts before the end of transition period, would be progressing with that resource management as amended version.
Yeah. Okay. Give an example. Low key one. Sorry, one that I've made inquiries about. It's coming up. Plan is that septic tank renewal inspection every year, and Outram Dinos has to do it at the moment. It's a consent condition. They have to pay to someone to come out and inspect it, I think. But they might have done something like put a garden over the top or something, I don't know. But the national standards that maybe isn't there, I don't know. If there's a difficult period where people think that the new ones may apply but they don't apply, that's probably less of my direction. I'm just wondering what the
I guess again, we have new regulation. It'll be a softly approach. In the example which you've given, I suspect now and probably going in the future, the first thing will be a conversation to say, hey, that garden really needs to be moved by a date in terms of a softly education type approach rather than down the enforcement line.
So I think there are examples, Councillor, where national regulations have changed, and under the previous regulation, someone's been consented. That consent still applies, and so they then choose whether to continue operating under the consent or to surrender that consent and operate under the national regulations. So there's some nuance there depending on the change and what their consent says that we have to work through.
And a lot of paperwork for you guys to track what those ones are and to understand them and to have those conversations.
Yes.
And just understanding that, I think, is and how we transition those, because goes to whether the types or because you don't want everyone to come in on door, but not on your door with the half-hour consultation that invariably will take on day one.
And we have certainly seen examples where a consent holder has said, look, I've invested the money in getting this consent to give me certainty. I would rather continue operating under the consent than give it up and transition to a national rule.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't mean they won't when the consent expires, but in the interim.
Yeah, okay, no, it's a helpful conversation, so detail sometimes matters.
Kevin?
Yes, this is probably more a thought around, so we're talking about consents and before we're talking about the real good aspect of combined groups going for consents, I'm saying major water schemes like Waiteki Irrigation Company or Noik, where they've got one group does the consents for 20, 30, 40, 50 different people. And within those, they'll have full environmental plans with their consents, and then they'll also have farm plans which are coming through. Where will we start? Have we put any thought into us as a compliance organisation now using that one entity to be the audited tick off for the permitted activity part of all those, rather than us going back round? So they're having their audit team go in and do their compliance on the environmental plans and the farm plans. So why would we then need to go in if they're doing the job correctly? I'm just saying is there to make sure we've just got one person going up the drive doing the job as opposed to others.
It's only warranted enforcement officers that can undertake monitoring and enforcement.
I'm saying enforcement, but I'm saying the monitoring.
Yeah, so I think in the end, the answer is probably that the legal responsibility for the activity falls back on the person undertaking the activity. And Pico's reference to, warranted officers will, fundamentally, if we get into monitoring, we have to monitor the person undertaking the activity. Now, if in the case of Noik, somewhere like that, that might be a legal entity that's set up to undertake an activity.
Yeah.
And therefore, that's the entity we'd monitor. We do that with irrigation schemes. But if it's a farmer undertaking a range of permitted activities on their farm, we would still have a monitoring responsibility there. However, when we get into forming up our strategy and our plan, you then might look at what other controls are in place in order of your risk prioritization and things like that.
Yeah. It'd be good to sort of put it all under. Do it correctly, but do it efficiently. And I'm not saying you're not doing it efficiently, but there might be a way of doing that.
No, but there is a key that comes back where there are certain powers that we have that other organisations won't, and Joe's going to jump in.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so I think it's it is and Joe can add, but it is going to be around the assurance piece. So once we know all the different players in the system, of which there'll be quite a few, the team through the strategy and the plan will ensure that whatever we can deliver our function as we are required to, but it's balanced.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's just going to be coming to terms with that new system, in particular where it comes to farm plans, and we start seeing industry bodies providing certification and then some audit functions and develop a plan around that the council is confident we're still fulfilling our duty.
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Can I ask an example of one of those? Economic ones. At the moment, I think the way people get that is to get someone to inspect at a cost. And I think we've got several people that do that in Otago, just tell me when I'm wrong. And that if you get that paperwork, is that all that you do, or do you still go out and inspect as well?
So dairy farms, and particularly under the previous permitted activity before we started to transition into much more of them being consented, is an example where we've done proactive permitted activity monitoring. We still go out and inspect, but again, we're risk assessing. So we're not assessing every farm every year based on what we saw last time, based on their paperwork status, based on the state of the infrastructure. We might be there more than once a year. We might be there every 2 or 3 years.
I've got one other question, and it comes down to, I think there's some new language in the bill. And one of them is best practical option. I'm not sure that was in the bill, in the act. Best practical option, which is a useful tool to put in there to say that as practices improve, we expect people to transition. It's interesting in the bill though, and this I think comes to compliance, that there isn't a transition period or an expectation related where time can be put in there to expect people to transition, because I think that's the problem often. In fact, is that something you'd put in your plan? So silage, a new way of doing silage or a new system, contained system that makes it much safer for spillage, for example, and that becomes the best practical option. How do the timeframes and the expectation that people do transition to that? And I'm not quite sure how that works.
I think Peter referenced earlier the education first approach with new regulations, and I think that's probably what you're referring to there, is that when there is a change, part of our strategy and our plan is to come in and educate people first and take them along the journey. And so I think that's the answer to your question, is that we plan that in and look at what a reasonable time is to adopt this stuff and whether people are moving in the right direction.
And what the question there for me is, don't we need that in the statute that councils may put a time frame in for best practical adoption? Because it's fine to have the practice there, but if it doesn't give you the time or the ability to put a time frame in, I'm not quite sure how you can enforce it.
So I guess generally speaking, and that's fair, I'd expect to see that either when a national regulation comes in, it comes in with some timeframes around it, or through our planning process, where as part of the planning process,
it's a hard and fast.
We put in a timeframe. The compliance team enforce whatever the rules that are written are. Other teams or organisations write the rules for us.
The other way that would occur, Kate, is through freshwater farm planning, where the certifier should be looking at what are the risks within the catchment, what are the risks on a farm, and what ways might those risks be mitigated. And if one of those things is you upgrade your silage storage, then practicable would take into account finances, time of year, all of those things, and there would be an action of the farm plan that says within 2 seasons I will be delivering silage in this way, and that would become an action and would be audited and picked up that way. And then, while that's done through the farm plan process, that is still a way in which you can get those improvements over time.
No, and that's absolutely fine. I'm happy with that. It doesn't help where there isn't farm plans, but the fact is that sometimes you can't just bring a plan change in to add a rule in to do this easily. And actually, there may be some easy fixes sometimes. Recycling is one of them, and waste management and everything. That it requires a practice way of doing it.
That's the circular conversation. We'll get 80% of people to do it through a non-regulatory education, and then we need a rule for the others. And there is no way around that.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was just saying silage is a very bad example, because the Romans were doing it 10,000 years ago, and their method is still the best method probably. So I would hate to think that your time frames, just because someone starts doing something differently, and if someone was doing something that wasn't causing a bad environmental effect and they chose to continue to do that, they should still be able to.
I'm happy to accept it was a poor example.
Right, so we can move on.
Sharpen that.
We can move on. I'm not going back to Roman times.
Something else.
Right, anything else for the
They
team?
didn't have tractors back then.
Lots of people.
Yeah, that's what we're not going back to. Right, all good? Team happy?
You transition from a petrol tractor to an electric tractor then.
Right. Keep we involved. Thanks, team. Thank you. No, I'm not making any credit for this.
Right.
Been deserted for Warren.
No, that's fine. So a bit of a change of gears, I guess, for this last one, and pretty much the last topic that we were going to cover, although we do intend to come back to the transport points from yesterday. Gosh, it's quite hard to read, isn't it? Sorry about that. No, oh, maybe. Thanks. Yeah, so it's actually a bit difficult to decide where best to cover the changes to iwi involvement under the bills, but we did think that it was an area that you may wish to consider submitting on. So that's a problem. Yeah. So unlike the RMA, the bills don't refer to consideration of the treaty or treaty principles. It's probably not a big surprise given the government's signals about treaty clauses right in this legislation. Instead, the bills recognise.
Always the plan, so I think we're running in kind of on time. They're probably going to take a lunch when they're finished with this. I assume, because it would make sense.
Please turn your mics on.
Right, so
I shouldn't say that. Bloody give them album.
Where am I up to? So the bills instead recognise the Crown's treaty responsibilities in 4 ways. So the first is continuing to require consultation with iwi and consideration of iwi management plans when spatial plans and natural environment plans are developed. Secondly, to require existing treaty settlement arrangements, including those with Ngāi Tahu, to be upheld. Thirdly, requiring that plans identify and protect sites of significant to Māori. And lastly, to enable the use and development of identified Māori land. And so that's the point that Councillor Wilson's raised earlier. Unlike the RMA though, the bills don't recognise or provide for the broader relationship of Māori with whenua or taukas, or the responsibilities of Mana Whenua as kaitiaki of these matters. So that's a key change there. And then finally, the bills reduce the scope for iwi to be involved in consenting. And the idea behind that is that they would be involved during the plan making process at a greater extent, so less need to be involved in consenting. So those are the key changes. And I haven't suggested anything else on those topics for discussion.
Oh. I mean, I'm not sure how much point there is in discussion of, because this is a much bigger issue here that we're dealing with, and we know where the government direction is on this. I guess I believe there should be reference to consideration of treaty in here, and I also think there should be recognition of the Māori responsibility, kaitiaki tainga responsibilities. And it's particularly important because, of course, this is all about environmental management, the natural environment bill. However, that's what I think there. I recognise there's likely to be different opinions around the table, and I recognise that this is, part of a much larger direction from present government that has come into this legislation, as well as other legislation that we've brought in.
Gary.
I completely support the reduced scope of iwi involvement in consenting. I think it has been an ongoing issue for consent applicants, and the challenges that come with attempting to engage with iwi, attempting to get responses in a timely manner, and it often is just the pure logistics of the either extent of the consents or the number and the availability of resources within iwi to respond. So having that elevated to plan making level will be a real advantage.
Okay.
I'm just going to, I've got some other matters I want to say on this, but I just want to respond to that because I think there is a key issue about the time for responses from any of the parties that we need to, it has been a problem, it's not just iwi, that sometimes that we have to consult with and there isn't a time limit on some of those consultations. And I think I can pull some of these ones apart and work out where the issue is it iwi or is it just the process, and whether that has been fixed in the Act or in the bill, sorry, that there are more certainty to the times that people have to respond or not, or has that not been addressed, in which case we should be asking for it to be addressed so that there is a time limit, not only on submitters but on responders.
There's action at the table to the left,
Alex.
Yeah. I guess if you're looking at their involvement within an application, it would be the timing for them if they're a notified party. And so we talked about earlier that is increasing, so there may be less opportunity for those parties to be involved in applications, but the timeframes, if they are notified, are specified. That's separate to an applicant talking to or consulting with a party outside of those specified timeframes. So there's no timeframes if an applicant wants to proactively engage with a stakeholder, but there are if that in an application they are considered affected, there are specific timeframes within that.
But sorry, I may have this wrong, and I'm really happy if I've got it wrong, but I think sometimes people are told to engage with iwi, and if they don't get a response quickly, they're sort of interregnum, they're not quite sure if they're going to get a response or not, because there isn't a time frame on that. We, as an operational department, have got that completely wrong.
So there's no time in the current RMA for a applicant to get a written approval from an affected party. They can request limited notification, which means that that timeframe is put on them.
Yeah.
But then there's other implications of that decision. So whether the new act has that same process or not is up for debate, I think, because it depends if those parties are actually considered affected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think it highlights the fact, and I just want to pull, it's not just iwi in this issue, and maybe I'm wrong to bring it out, but I think that the problem is the timeframes and when they do or do not come in, and whether we should be asking for a timeframe to be included to ensure that that consultation can happen, but it is time limited. I don't know. I'm just wondering if that's a different way of resolving that issue or that particular part of it.
Gretchen, yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, I was about to go on to a slightly different tack. So
Kate, I'm not sure that there's an issue to fix from what I've heard in terms of the explanation what's currently there. And I'm not. Well,
maybe Gary could explain what the issue he was trying to articulate was.
So it's two. That's talking about two issues the way I hear it. One is is a party considered affected or not? And the direction is the threshold for being considered affected as a lifting.
Yes.
That's fair, Alex. Yeah. So less parties, iwi or others, will be considered affected when there's an application. Under the current system, we do provide advice, and most planning consultants know anyway that the nature of the current RMA and plans is that there are a number of parties that will be affected when you're dealing with a specific activity, and there is no time frame to get that. The only way that an applicant can control that is by saying just limited notified, so the clock starts ticking, and there's costs and things that go with that. So there's two separate issues, and what I'm hearing you say, Kate, is you would like something formal in that primary step that starts the clock ticking, but it's not an application by that point because it hasn't been lodged. They're doing the pre-work to try and get the support they need for that project, so you can't put a time frame on that. That's the challenge, because it's not formally part of the process. I understand what you're saying, and you know, I've had numerous letters about this. I know it is a frustrating part of the process, but until it is actually in the system, it's not something that can be controlled.
And yet the Act talks about pre-application meetings, but doesn't then give us timeframes. And I'm just wondering. I'm going to keep on asking questions of the what ifs, because this is one generation change that we can bed in better practices. And if there's a better way of involving iwi and giving them that opportunity, because I think there's a lot of applications that are improved by that process, but gets rid of some of those constraints, then maybe we just have to ensure that we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So that's why I'm raising it. And but equally, I am expecting that there'll be strong views every which way.
You want to stay on the current track or change tracks? If you want to change tracks, I'll go to Gretchen first.
Similar.
Similar. Go with
Same.
Just more time.
Sorry, Gretchen. You can go.
Oh no, you go. That's all good.
It's mainly just is the whys and hows of how they expect to achieve the goals in the bill. Do they go into any more detail anywhere other than the goals section? Like how they're
Not-
going to
not
enable
at-
the development and.
Yeah, not at this stage, but they are intending to put more detail in the national direction about how they're going to achieve them and how they're going to balance between the two different ends.
Okay, that's cool. I think we just purely from a ORC institution risk profile, whether any of those details and developments, if they at all impact on us as a council. That makes sense.
Richard, sorry.
No, that's all good. I was just reflecting on things people had said, and I think we'd initially said that we were going to seek mana whenua feedback as well on what they might think. So that point. Then Alan's point about kaitiakitanga and the relationship's important. And actually, I think some people have said that we may have disagreement around the table, but actually what I've heard so far, even Gary, you touched on it, that fundamentally, you thought that at the plan making stage you would have an input, because even recognising that it is fundamentally important to us all, I think. So there's some agreement, I think, as well. It's not one view and another view. It's how to be as effective but also efficient in exercising that. Which we're discussing here, and I think everyone would want that to happen, including mana whenua, of how you can be effective and where, and not wasting resources or being inefficient or not being effective. So yeah, I think there's actually quite a lot of commonality. Thanks.
Kieran.
I just think we leave that as is, and I reflect on what Justin Tipper and Edward have both said over time, that central government will change from time to time, but they will always be there and we will always be here, although there might be some doubt about that. And the key to it is the relationship that we have with them ongoing and how enduring that is and how strong we want to make that. So those policies up from above will change, but we have a commitment from Edward already after we started these discussions, both on simplifying government and on the RMA, that they are involving us probably by the end of this week, I think it is, and coming back to us to say what they're thinking about all these things that are happening. So I think we do need to listen to that, but I just still reflect on the fact that no matter what comes from up above, is that the key is to the relationship that we develop locally that should be the most enduring part.
Okay.
Can I just check how this might roll out and preserve, take the hub, very special, very important to iwi, mana whenua. If there was an application take off into the harbour as there already is a functioning thing, how would we be expecting the plans to roll out that may or would, you either get them involved in a plan and being able to map an area that would be of significant importance to them or not, and that they might get in the door for consultation, or is it that we have rules that almost require them to then not be permitted because they need to get I just want to understand how we would be writing the plans that would get them, or is there a way of getting them more focused on the things that are really important to them, or are they just going to be treated as another party and that if they don't have the land nearby, they won't be consulted? I'm just understanding the scope of how that's.
This feels like a big hard question, so I'll do my best. So I think that having the identification and protection of sites of significance would go some way towards what you're suggesting, that therefore if there's a site of significance, then they're probably going to be considered an affected party because it's a more a greater impact than sort of the general public. Do you agree? Maybe.
But presumably it's not going to be carte blanche all over Otago.
No, that's right. So that's kind of it would be difficult to provide for the identification and protection of sites of significance if you're then permitting activities that won't protect those sites. So
I just want to add in the flag that if we do protect sites, then you may be liable for regulatory relief as well. That's true. Devil's advocate.
So can I just test this out then, that if in the development of our social natural environment plans, we provide certain, I use the term rules or whatever, around certain land or whatever, then I would assume from that, for activities that follow into that land, then you couldn't but not leave space for iwi involvement in the process that might come out of that. Or we're missing something. So if you start with that premise, then you need to make sure that you provide for that involvement going forward. And I don't know that, you know, while it's reducing the scope, we, the plan makers, might create the scope for the process that follows. And so I'm wondering about how far we need to go at this point, because it's going to fall out of the process that sets up the spatial and the environment plans in the first place.
I suppose the problem at the moment, and I know I feel like a broken record, is that we're just not quite sure at the moment if we will have that scope. So potentially the submission point is to say, can we have, you know, can we make it clear that there would be scope to do that for particular activities or particular sites or whatever it is?
I would have thought the importance of scope, not what you're going to do, but you have scope to do. And then the process will take care of it. And maybe I'm just being too simplistic, but without that information or knowledge up front, you don't want the door shut, which is not going to anybody else, you know. So it's important, I think, to keep it open. And that's I don't think a bad thing. So my logic says that's the path we would go and form the submission behind.
Yeah, and I think, and Anita will correct me or Fleur will, but the intent is that more of the work with other parties and capturing how things are managed is to be done at the plan making stage, and the threshold for involvement in the next stage of consenting is being lifted significantly because the government don't like the way the current process works, and I've been very open about that. So I guess something for the table to consider is that a position that you're happy with, or do you, as a table, want to submit that no, you know, there should still be more scope within that second stage, being consenting, if we call them first stage, second stage, for greater involvement of other parties, or specifically Mana Whenua, or broadly more parties, because the intent of this is to front load the plan making and then make the second stages more efficient and quicker and less involvement from other parties. That's the intent. So those are the things you should be thinking about whether you would like to submit on or not.
Thanks, Richard. Bridget?
So yeah, how it would play out then would be if a consent came in and your Mana Whenua iwi Māori would have a chance to submit, and because they've got a status under the plan anyway, they'd have quite a reasonable status when they chose to submit, but they're not required to submit. They're not required to be consulted, notified, and give their thoughts. Which at the moment is happening. So it's not shutting the door, and it is. I'm just trying to think it through as to would it actually be helpful or not. Because when there was something that was really important, you would still be able to be involved, or would you not?
Only if you're identified.
Yeah, only if you're. So how? Yeah, would it maybe be helpful because you don't have to see all the thousands of consents? Yeah.
Get the rules right.
Yeah. So I can't really speak for other people. That's really what I'm struggling with Mana Whenua. I don't know what the position is on that, but possibly there's some benefits to it. Yeah.
So to advance the discussion, in the interest of time, one councillor is very happy with the proposals the government has indicated here.
Thanks, Gary. I'm wondering if what comes out of this is that you've heard what the tension is the wrong word, but what the options might be is to craft that out to say, well, here goes the two ways of looking at it. And maybe with, picking up what Richard was saying, because I think we're all struggling with trying to find the right thing. And I respect what Gary's saying, but I think that with what could actually come out of it, Gary won't be averse to anyway. It's still going to.
Oh, not scary.
Putting the rules at the front end.
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah. At least everyone else says what they say.
Yeah.
And just go to, sorry, Gary.
No, we're just we need to put something in there.
Yeah, and just going to Kevin's point too, we are in discussions to get draft submissions from Turanaka, so that we can at least have their views, sort of their views when we're making a decision on submission. They're in consultation and having hui with the various Turanaka this week to then frame up a submission, so that hopefully we will have something that we can share that at least will give the table an idea of how they view the changes.
What I would just add is you don't have to submit on any topic. You can decide to not submit on things when you see that in a couple of weeks as well. You can just decide you want to be silent on particular things if that's, a better approach to take.
So that if you're happy with what you've heard and then what's to come with what Richard just talked about might give us some options to say, here goes the right path to go.
Perfect, thanks.
So next we were just going to revisit the transport discussion, just now that you've had a bit more time to digest it, and whether there was anything you wanted to add. Today's discussion.
Hey, what are we doing with this? Sorry. Okay, this afternoon.
Yeah, well, we'll get. In fact, we could make the because we're going back to transport. Do you want to pick it up now?
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering whether we do have lunch now, because there are a couple of things. The whiteboard we're going to go back to. We're going to do a recap and the links between local government reform and RMA reform. There are some things that haven't been covered off, and I've been late looking at them. We've got up there one, for example, is the definition of bed, but there are other definitions in the Act that we haven't really touched on that have changed, and whether they're big changes that we want to reflect on. I would put in there like long-lived infrastructure, for example, is some things, but it's not other things, and whether it should be a wider scope. Because again, I'm just going to emphasise this is a once in generation time to think about how we could improve and make easier, or make sure that we're checking and making sure it works, the regulation space. So I just want to make sure that you've had time to look at all of things. Grace, it would be more efficient of your time, I imagine, if we do transport now. Yes. And then what we'll do is break for lunch. You keep on sharing, but I really want to make sure that you've all had a look at the bill and the guts of some of that stuff that's changed that may not have come up that you may want to ask questions about. I'm hoping staff will still be here because I think they need to be in the room.
That will be more quiet.
Well, no,
the transport to do closer to lunchtime, and then we can start some of that before lunch.
1, 2, 3 of us will be out from 12 to 1:30 anyway.
Okay.
We'll be able to get what we've done can get done now before 12 o'clock.
You can keep on going. It's fine.
Losing 3, that's not really going to be.
I didn't realise you were losing 3.
No.
We've already lost 1.
Yeah. So sorry, so we're losing 3, but who's going?
Oh no, 2. Yeah.
Does that matter? Not on the ground, that's all. Anyway, maybe not. Might make it easier. Sorry. Right, let's deal with the transport issue first and we'll go from there.
So I think if we just focus on the potential submission points and have a discussion on that slide, I think it's likely.
So I think what we heard yesterday was to perhaps, I think it was 0.3, maybe soften that quite a bit to just be more like have regard to or consider the regional spatial planning parts.
We can't tell central government what to do there, but we would like them to have.
To at least, yeah, think about it, yeah.
Or you can tell them what to do, but whether they listen, Kate, is that. And perhaps we should tell them more. Yeah, I think that's really important that we emphasise that part because we can do a whole lot of work in that space and then it'd be just whitewashed. So why would you do it?
Well, again, this is our opportunity to say, is there a better way than us submitting these and then waiting and waiting and waiting for MOT to come out with a GPS that is a surprise to us? And like that, you know, using RTCs to have those conversations, MOT doesn't actually turn up to those, and yet the NZTA do. And how can we build the system to plan forward, and especially with infrastructure, that is better? And at least have that chance to have that discussion before the GPS plans that may absolutely skew everything. And the biggest issue we've got here is both renewals in Otago and Southland, but also the absolute need for some infrastructure in Queensland. And so where they had a long-term planning for a stage to come, it came as a surprise when that funding was gone. And that isn't the best way of doing it. So if we focus on what the outcomes are and getting the best process, how can we ensure that they at least the discussion with MOT before they come out with a GPS? And let's keep the GPS out of the government election year cycle.
I'm slightly worried that's outside of scope of the RM reform, like that's about the LTMA.
I know.
That process. That's, I mean, we can say it, but I just think it's out of scope. And perhaps we can shape a submission point around the implication of the changes to the RM bills on other legislation that has to interact with it and making sure that there's consistency.
Yeah.
Slightly nervous about the scope, but yeah.
I appreciate that, but and that's in many ways this submission goes up on the LTA reform and how you reform that whole process, that you get better planning across the board rather than
So just moving that.
Sorry. No, you're probably going to comment on that as well. But yeah, I think Kate's right. Just the 3 on require a GPS on land transfer to be consistent with regional spatial plan. They won't like that. Whereas Kate's describing that we have a really good process so that they're aligned. And yeah, you're pushing back that's kind of irrelevant. But yeah, the government isn't going to listen to require the GPS to be consistent with all of our plans. Yeah. So how do we better word that to what we actually mean there to make that happen?
But the stupidity is they require us to develop these plans in a system that is absolutely quite rigorous and then disregard them. What a poor investment of our time and energy.
Right, so we'll put our time and energy towards what we can say that's going to actually make a difference. Or
I think we've got that point covered. So it's probably some of the other points that we just want to check whether you want to make them or if you want us to amend them in some way.
Recognizing they're all quite interrelated.
So this is 4 in the same vein though? That
That might even be.
I think 4 is probably the point about understanding and not being reactive and throwing everything out and starting again, because that throws out all of the RLTPs and creates that cycle and doesn't actually get the infrastructure delivered that we're looking for.
How do you get into a planning system that isn't a cycle? it beds down the first 3 years or the first 5 years, and that actually isn't touched again. If it makes sense.
Yeah.
I would have said dealing with government, you don't. I'm not trying to be smart or clever about it, but that's just one of those realities is that they're not volunteering it either.
Well, they are starting to take steps that recognise the disconnect between, particularly in transport and land use planning, with the ministry changes they're making, and Ministry of Transport going into the new, I don't know what it's called, the mega agency, which is aimed at trying to align investment priorities across urban and particularly transport and urban or spatial planning. So there are some steps underway that recognise it's a big problem at the moment. I don't think it's anything that's going to be ever going to be solved. And I know what you're saying, it'd be great to lock into the 3 or 5 year plan and be confident, subject to natural disasters and other things, which we've always got to be able to respond to in government budgets, as much as councils are impacted by those. So I think Fleur and Warren have picked up the conversation around hierarchy and relationship of plans, and we can draft some fairly strong points. But I would say that the government are aware of it and have taken their own steps, particularly with the changes they've made to ministries just prior to Christmas.
True.
I mean, that might be the end of the conversation. That was really, is there anything else or not?
I think it was a good summary.
That's good.
Oh, all right.
Thank you. Great.
Next question.
Michael, some people leaving in quarter hour. I want to start the recap of what you picked up from yesterday and start with that, and see where we get with that before we lose.
Should we attempt to wrap up on the time they leave? So we all leave.
What time are you leaving? 12.
As close to that as possible. Yeah.
It's really only leaving.
Well, let's see.
Half the table.
Yeah, I know. That's what does concern me. But let's get on with what the
Can I just ask Kate a question on the board that's up there? Where you say definition of beds, are you trying to also say all definitions that go into this new planning to be clear and concise and done, and you want to use beds as a highlight?
Yep.
Because I think that's, to me, the more I read this, the thing that's missing to me is a lot of those definitions of exactly what they're meaning.
Yeah.
And reading the bill, there is quite a lot of definitions, but are they clear?
There are some, say minimal or minimum or some of the definitions would be really helpful to carry over because they're set in case law and we all understand that. There are some definitions like bed of river that is transparent going through that has caused a huge amount of problem when you look at the definition. Be smallest possible creek and may flood hugely because of the catchment size behind it. And that bed is huge.
Yeah.
And that's actually problematic because it may only flood every 5 years.
Yeah.
But have huge consequences on how people use that land and because of the definition. I think if there are examples that people know, and again, I'm really clear that this isn't just about councillors, it is about if staff have had an issue with the definition that gets and hampers their work, then it would be really good. It's not saying trying to hit things around, it's just, is this the opportunity of saying, actually, there's some big definitions that don't make sense. And that comes to gravel extraction. Gravel extraction out of, in the dry zone, maybe in the bed of the river, that only floods every 10 years.
Yep.
And it gets in the way of some really good policy. So I'm just wondering, we've done a high level, but are there some areas that we should be looking at? Equally, there are new definitions in there, long-lived infrastructure. I'm just pulling it out as an example, which doesn't include water supplies, which is odd.
Yep.
But should it? And we haven't got down to that granular level. But if we don't do that now, I'm not sure when we do that.
When would you think we'd do that, Fleur?
I'm not being critical of staff.
No, we're not. No. But I mean, at some stage, that's got to happen, doesn't it?
It's our choice.
Yes, but what I'd say is if you want it to feed into a submission, we probably need to hear it today. There's only a limited amount of time, and definitely won't have time to add anything after the 11th because they're due on the 13th. So between now and the agenda going out, which is next week, that's their opportunity to put things in, and we can potentially refine things between the 5th and the 11th and circulate them around. It's going to get a bit mucky, but after the 11th, I would say we really are just refining to get the submission lodged by the 13th after the actual council meeting.
And I'm really comfortable if the staff want to say, actually, Kate, we did think about that and we didn't think they were big enough to worry about. That's fine as well. I mean, I'm just one voice. I just like Gary is, but I'm not sure that the staff have had the chance to even get it to that granular level.
No, so in the team's defence, I pulled out. But I pulled out the topics that I thought were the most relevant. And we were really conscious that there were things that we haven't touched on just because there wasn't time. But this is the opportunity if there are things that you want us to look into.
And I think the team's done a really, really good effort. I don't want them to be defensive.
Yeah.
So could it be as simple as saying that with what we've done, what we're about to hear about the draft submission points, that saying it might pay if there is an opportunity to look at some of those definitions from a staff perspective, say nothing to see here. And if we've got something that's really, really special to us, we should be saying, actually, look at this one.
Yeah, I mean, you have heard some today, I'd say that we do think there's some anomalies, and it's probably more in the realm of seem to be mistakes rather than intentional kind of issues. So I wouldn't say that we haven't looked at the definitions, but whether they were relevant to the topics that you did look into. So
So maybe the feedback, there's two in particular that are front and centre.
I haven't had it. I'm sorry, I didn't delve into this knowing that you guys were doing this, and then I've just got into this late, which is my bad me. So
I mean and I suppose that we were focusing on the topics and that I guess the big picture issues to bring to you, knowing that there's an entire sector that's looking at this really closely, and if there's big issues with kind of the mechanics of it, sort of expecting that will be well canvassed in other submitters by other submitters.
So if the bill comes out, so that we're submitting to the bill now, and then it comes back out after listening to our submissions, but then if there's definitions in there that still aren't clear, or we find mistakes, and where is the opportunity to fix those?
It would be through an amendment bill, and I have. Well, I mean, there is, with any massive reform like this, there are going to be things that carry through that just don't work. And there will need to be an amendment bill, and probably quite quickly afterwards. Often.
But with the government changing, there's even more risk.
Oh, that's a whole nother.
So does that become the stopgap? Sorry, I just.
You can do better now.
Whereas my logic go back to what we said. You picked up two. If there's any more, we need to hear about them straight away to consider. Otherwise, we go with what we've got, and it is what it is.
Well, we haven't had a chance to look.
Yeah, I know that,
I was going to use lunchtime to go through them, but are there any that the staff have? I mean, I don't know if you even agree with the one about bed, but I think it's really problematic, the bed definition, because there's no exemption, so no pathway to have an exemption.
Yeah.
I mean, generally we just say, the definition's been around for a really long time. We would probably want to take some advice from Tom's team before we, he just rolled his eyes. So, before we talk too much up about an alternative definition of bed. That's not to say we can't highlight some of the challenges with it, but I think that for it to have sway, it would be useful to have an alternative included as well.
Yeah, I think just thinking about whether or not it's the definitions that are the problem or our plans and how we apply the definition. So, for instance, with the gravel extraction example you gave before, you're right, there can be a challenge in that the way the the plans laid out means that gravel beaches that are, well away from the normal wetted bed of the river, are subject to additional rules or challenges when it comes to resource users getting at them. But that's largely down to our rules rather than the definition of bed. Because when you apply the definition of the rules and the definition of bed, then it becomes challenging. But it would be more practical, I think, to change the planning rules as a part of the plan process, rather than the definition, which would have much more broad impacts. And that's the only for the area that I manage. That's the only area that bed presents the definition of bed presents a challenge. It's just in that gravel extraction space. What was the other example you gave? The other thing I'm thinking of, the drains and rivers, but I think also that can be something we can deal with at a planning stage rather than through the definitions are what they are long standing and have been.
Yep, okay, that's fine. I'm really happy with that. But I just want to make sure that we're looking at this because again, this is really seriously the one chance we're going to get to do it.
Yeah, agree. Yeah, but considering I think rather than the definitions, it's probably the plans and the rules that are and how those definitions are applied, those plans and rules that are the challenge.
Does that give you some comfort, Kate?
It does on that one, but not on long lived. I mean, this guy used to do water waste services, I'm surprised.
I'd say that'd be worth submitting on some clarity there. Based on so some of the infrastructure that we manage, I think is not included under that definition.
No.
But you're talking about large concrete structures, pump stations, water retention facilities, or that sort of thing that that they're for 50 years plus and should be considered longer.
Thank you.
Kevin, sorry.
Oh, no, it's just on that, the bed of the river. So just to get that right, so your definition, we all should be able to say that have the same definition, but it might be how we interpret what we do within the areas around it.
Yeah, it's about the rules that apply to that.
Cool, that's cool.
Or some kind of nuance around, different types of rules for different situations.
Yeah.
There are lots of notes in my draft bill.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, for example, there's a section that refers to long-term impact, and it means an impact spanning 2 or more human generations. I'm not entirely sure what that is. I don't know what 2 or more human generations.
How old's your mother?
97. What's that?
So is it-
I didn't hear the conversation.
Is it 2 times 97 or is it 2 times 25 or is it? And so there are so many things that where there's new language introduced or changes of definitions, and there's some things that are really broad in scope. We just haven't had. There's so much.
Right, can we leave that there? And I think what I've heard is that ultimately, we need to just probably sum it up. There's lots of stuff in there that's got to be fit anyway. And then I think Drew was saying that there will be some very quickly after the legislation comes through. There will be some changes really quickly.
So I am going to send some notes through if I find any more
that
I'm right about. I want to know that I'm doing my job to my community, and I'm sorry I haven't done it already. Mea culpa, but as I've said, but we also haven't had that time to have that discussion, and I was going to do it after lunch, but that's fine, which we can still do.
I just observe the odd councillor has got a large thick document, which is obviously the bill, or both bills. Are other councillors allowed to just ask for those copies as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, please take us a couple of days to print, but if you're able to pick one up, we can organise for
Thank
it
you.
to be done. Mine with all the notes on it if you want. You can't actually, I'm still using it.
Right, let's go back to
And that just arrived.
Just to confirm, the time frame was, so we have got 3, Andrew, Town, Kevin, out for a meeting. It's scheduled to go for 90. I suspect there'll only be 60 minutes, so they will be back in time depending on how long you carry on the conversation for. But we had arranged to slot something in because anytime we can get Paul. That's the
absolutely fine. I'm just wondering actually if we have a longer break now for those that aren't meeting, can go and look at that, and that gives you more time to get your head around recapping.
Last week on when we stopped for 1 o'clock.
Okay, this is only up till the end of, actually, it's not even, it doesn't include consents because we thought it might be different points that come up. What I what Warren suggested is perhaps rather than us put them up on the screen, we instead email this through to you for you to have a look at over lunch.
Yeah.
And then you can tell us if there's anything missing or if you hate any of the points.
So on that basis,
We will be able to recap what we heard today as
Yeah,
well.
do you want to do one
Yeah,
thirty,
but
do you
I'm
want to do
just,
1:30, which gives these
um,
guys a chance to have lunch and have their
okay.
meeting?
Yeah,
And
Okay,
just
yeah,
us time
that
to
would be
digest
fine,
it, that,
are we happy with that?
Okay, I wasn't mentioning.
Right, we're adjourned to 1:40.
thank you. Kia ora and welcome back to the workshop on RM reform. Look, I just want to say special thanks to the staff who have done an outstanding job on this. This is not a small amount of work, and we're just getting our councillors back from other meetings. Some of us have been looking at other aspects of the reform bill during the lunch break, and we may have some questions. We've also been collecting on a whiteboard questions that are on periphery but don't necessarily relate to the bill, but may have some effects on the bill that we may quickly go through. And obviously the other thing that we've definitely got is LGA reform that has some input into this crossover. And so we want to deal with that. But before we get into that, the staff are going to recap, I think, first on yesterday's presentations. Now, the great work here, and it has been done in haste, so again, thank you to the staff who have not only been probably putting this together, but listening at the same time, and that in itself is a difficult task. I think any submission that comes from us embedded with examples that are at Targo specific, that embellish that, makes it a lot easier for the what do they call those cabinet meetings things? Select committees. That's the only word started this, but I couldn't think of it. Select committees to understand what the issue is and the import of it. So if we can start with that, then we'll get on to the whiteboard and any other issues. And again, I really want to say that this is a workshop of staff and councillors please staff, if you've got any other issues that you want to bring up, now is the time that we really want to hear about them so we can discuss them. Thank you, Anita.
It feels like a wedding vow, speak now or forever hold your peace.
Well, this is, I will say, this is a one in a generation, as I said already, opportunity to make an input into this act. If we don't do it now, it is an opportunity lost, and it is an opportunity to get some good stuff happening. And I think the government has really shown they understand some of the problems with it. I did ask staff what excites you about the changes. I'm not sure that they want to share that necessarily, but I think we should be slightly positive about some of the changes as well and understand that change isn't always a bad thing. Sorry, Anita, before you hold your peace.
No, it's all good. So as we said this morning, these are a summary of what we picked up yesterday. We're just trying to make sure that we've got the genesis of what you said rather than the exact language. They will be refined a little bit. And you should expect on quite a number of them to see points that might be contrary to each other. But the debate for that is on the 11th of February. So we'll just take you through those points, and then I might run through what I think we've heard today as well, but I might need Alex or Joe to supplement that as well.
All right, you may or may not have had a chance to have a look through.
Can you put the microphone beside you? Oh, yeah, that's that guy didn't happen.
But we've sort of tried to do it along. We've got about 6 overall kind of points so far, but I suspect we might add a few more after today. And then kind of a few more topic-based ones. So I'm not really planning to read through them, but I guess if you think there's anything that we've got wrong or missing, please tell us.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm going to leave 3 till later because I think it's LGA reform, and in reality, if the government thinks that what's going to happen with LGA reform is that some people, as the unitary councils do already, do some territorial and regional council roles, then actually there isn't an overlap.
Mm-hmm.
And that 3 in some ways may not be an issue. That seems to me to be the way they think that's going to go. The fact that the CTBs can develop something completely different is interesting, but I think that is the answer to that, and we should be cognizant of that in the submission. That if in reality they're thinking they're both going to be in the same councils, then it isn't an issue. Does that make sense?
It does. I guess I would just test with you. You might still need 2 different consents, even if it's in one council, and is that still duplicate? I guess is that still duplication? Is the so even if it's a unitary?
Do they issue 2 different types?
A regional council function consent and a district council function consent. You still need the 2 consents. Is the duplication still exist, or is it as bad if it's within one organisation? Is that still a problem if it's a unitary issuing?
Has anyone here got experience with the unitary to know if that's issued as 2 separate consents or as one?
Is Kirsten online? Because she worked for Auckland Council issuing consents, and she might know.
But under the new system, there'll be one under a planning or a land use plan, and one under a any natural environment part. So I think even if currently it's issued as one, in the future it
would be 2 anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not really necessarily an issue, but I think we just need to be cognizant that that's really an LGA reform one. Okay, Andrew.
Just in number 1, sorry, we're jumping around.
That's okay.
But I would take out the word key in terms of definitions. We need all the definitions, need to be clear, timely, workable, precise. Steer away from using
that's better on the page as well.
Well, can I put in there that
ambiguous, type wording? Yeah, so all definitions, please.
And not changed where not needed.
Mm-hmm. It's clunky.
I know, but sorry.
Don't worry about wordsmithing.
Sorry.
Now, I'm sorry.
No, I got it.
I have actually got that point
somewhere.
Yeah, so these are summaries.
Yeah.
These aren't the actual submission points. They're going to be
embellished.
Yeah, they'll be worked up into something more than
Thank you.
what is, yeah. But I'll just, so we've talked a lot about timeframes and sequencing. And we can use the RPS as much as we can.
Yes. Is that number 6 one where if we took Grace's point and embedded it slightly higher, that they could be seen as strategic documents that the government could reference and include in their planning? Or at least consider.
Or be aware of.
Yeah. Fund.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments? Robbie is here. Next.
I think just in terms of examples, we can there's probably some Queenstown transport station infrastructure examples that feed into number 6 really well in terms of it's always behind the game because of the speed of growth. So we'll be able to include something.
Well, and if I was going to also link in the LGA reform, you'd be considering 4-term, but for long term for the planning. But the other part of that is the making sure that they're in the 30-year infrastructure and the 10-year plans. Both councils, yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Next, there's a little bit of duplication here, which we will remove in the final, but it was just kind of figuring out where to put stuff. So yeah, we've got another point about language, about delivery of national guidance. Oh yeah, and another one that's sort of a bit overlapping.
So 8, I think what we're saying is that we, in good planning terms, you'd really rather have national direction before you get very far into the spatial plan.
Yeah.
That the timeframes don't work as much as we have to be aspirational. It's really clunky if they're being delivered late in that piece. It's I think we need to highlight that. And we're willing to sit down and assist with the process. I think I'd also put in there that the less than.
Sorry, I'm just populating an example in my mind of what happens when you get too far down a track.
Yeah.
And then national direction sends you somewhere else.
Well, I think there's probably quite a few examples.
Well, but our RPS was a really good example that we got that far down based on a draft, and then it did something different, and we had to come all the way back, reconsult, longer, more expensive.
And I think you have to be realistic about the political cycle as well here. So the other one is the simplifying the national directions down to as few as possible that talk to each other.
So they have already done that. That's
there's
just one. There's only going to be one.
Yeah.
Under each bill. So we haven't really covered that much in these last couple of days about the national direction, but that is one of the things they're doing.
And it all parts of it will talk to each other.
That's the intent.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could express support for that.
Well, I
brilliant aim.
Yeah, I'd support that, but also that that bespoke, but the turning things on and off is really important. Having that flexibility in there, but that's my view, and may or may not be shared by others.
There's a bit more detail about the sequencing kind of point.
Could they be done in parallel?
Which things?
The spatial plan and the
I think so.
It could be done in parallel, but doing one before the other is actually the problem.
Yeah.
The problem I think only exists when you're trying to do spatial plan before the national direction.
Yeah.
Parallel's fine, or the other way around.
Yeah.
National direction then.
Okay, so
the way, yeah.
But they're doing it that way because they haven't got the national direction. They're
That's
saying
right.
get going. Yeah.
but it would be so much more work if they do it that way. And how you articulate that, you'll sort that. Thank you.
Yeah, and definitely concentrate around ratepayer efficiency, not rework, all of those sorts of things that we can add in there.
They're not going to change that order though, are they?
We can only encourage them. If we got the national direction, if we spent the energy getting the national direction right, then it would be much easier to write the strategic plan.
Yeah, but if they're not going to change that, we need to probably highlight that to make our spatial plan as best it can be in the first iteration. That speed of having that direction is critical, isn't it? I can't see them changing. If they're not going to change it, we've got to make it better with what the
Yeah, so
we're winning the World Cup. Yep.
Yeah.
Remember.
yeah, so that's possibly, point 13
Copy one.
is our solution for how we can meet the timeframes, even if they carry on as is.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. 14 still limits ourselves to the scope of the current district plans and planning frameworks. It doesn't look at cross-boundary issues, but that's just the nature of the local government form. Yeah.
Should we have the wording in there where appropriate, rather than before?
Which one?
Sorry, and 13.
So a
We say
council
that
that has
anyway,
got an RPS that's 10 years old, they may be better to start with a spatial plan. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, or even some parts of regional policy, some parts of any of those might not be relevant anyway. So you're just going to overlay and see what fits in. Is that your plan at the moment? You're going to pick up our RPS and say you're going to overlay that on the new method, and you're going to say, well, actually, 3 of those things need to slot in there the same. So you'll use those as opposed to going redoing it.
Yeah, so taking the national direction that says you need to have a policy that does X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
Going first to our RPS and saying, do we have them?
Yeah.
If we do, that's agreed by all our TAs. We'll through. If we don't, we'll fill in the gap. And the same for all the other elements. So rather than going away and starting a policy cycle from scratch, use what's new and agreed.
It'd be very good to have a variation policy then, process. That's simpler than doing the whole spatial plan, wouldn't it?
So I might have put you wrong yesterday in that you can vary it if just a part of the spatial plan.
Yeah, okay. But if we don't have a spatial plan, we've got an RPS, but we're not changing part of the RPS, we're only changing part of it. Can we, it's not a variation of the spatial plan, but what we want is a simpler way to put them both together without relitigating stuff that may have been litigated already.
I don't, so at the moment, this all will be de novo, so it will be considered as new. So unfortunately, it will all be relitigated. But what I'd like to think is if we've got regional policy provisions that are agreed by all the TAs 3 months ago, it'll be 18 months, by the time we get there, they will still support them. That's the goal.
I'd just have after the word district plans, I would have where appropriate, and that's sort of signaling that you're taking cognizance of what the national direction's saying.
The ability for private plan changes is noted or highlighted where.
Possibly
Nowhere.
heaven, something like that. Let me. It would be in the natural environment. Are we talking about private plan changes to district?
Yeah, to spatial, to already
to-
established spatial plans.
So I don't think the private plan change comes into the spatial plan. It's at the land use plan part. So in terms of changing the spatial plan, that has to be done through a spatial planning committee.
So if plan change was contrary to the spatial plan, what would happen there? Does it automatically follow?
So that was the point we made yesterday about it'll depend on the activity status. So if it's inconsistent with, so the point I think that we picked up yesterday, which we might not have captured, is we still want some ability if information changes either positively or negatively, i.e. an area we thought wasn't appropriate is, or an area we thought that was appropriate is no longer. We need to make sure the door's open to have to consider a plan change in one of those areas, whichever way it
And
needs
is
to
that only
go.
available to us, or would it also be available to a member of the public?
That's the bit, we just might need to check that, because if it is, we'll check that.
Because if the spatial plan becomes too broad, then it could actually remove the ability to change anything at that point.
So we'll have a look at what the process is for amending a spatial plan and who can do it. It may be that,
And whether it can be charged.
and how simple it is,
Anyone got a solution that we can offer up for 15?
I just had a comment from my team that are listening online saying that there aren't private plan changes for the spatial plan. You can amend it, but it has to be done through the regional spatial plan committee, who will, and they can amend it in part. So that was the point that I said, I think I put you wrong last.
So the council would have to adopt the plan change in the spatial plan, or if the developer would have to get the council to support it, and then all of the councils to support it to be taken through as a change. If you rely on the spatial plan.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the spatial plan is intended to be a long-term strategic document setting out, infrastructure and all that stuff. I think in terms of the private plan change for a particular place, as Anita said, it's more about the activity status in the land use plan for areas zoned, in a non-urban way or whatever it is. That would be where you're more likely to want to have the flexibility.
And we already see it at the moment with often TA plans will have a structure plan. So a zone that's got a structure plan, and if you do something outside of the structure plan, then it's a reasonably stringent test on the basis that the structure plan has been deemed to be the most appropriate way of achieving an outcome. But there's still a pathway open, the door's still open, it's not a no. I'm imagining we want a similar process. We want the door open as a starting point, but then how easy is it to get through the Rossa Gateway? Probably used to be a gateway, probably no longer a gateway, but how easy it is to actually make that happen if information changes, that how responsive.
So teasing that out, one of the key parties sitting around the table, I presume, in these plan committees would be the water entity, or not?
That's something. Well, so I think, and Julia can correct us if we're wrong, the spatial planning committee is the TAs and the regional council, and then potentially a government representative, which is not the CCOs that have been created to manage water.
It's odd because the TA would make sense to sit around there in certain situations as well. I know. Or EB. Sorry, the government could be coming from that separate ministry now, I suppose, as opposed to, which would make sense. Yeah. Julia, did you want to say anything on that, or?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch the whole question, but I think there seems to be a broad ability to appoint to the spatial plan committee. It's not that restrictive in the bill at the moment. Is that the question?
That's sort of question. Thank you.
I'll just make a note though about private plan changes. We'll come up with something.
Cool, thank you. Sorry, can I just pick up on that? I might be down the wrong rabbit hole, but is that something that the thinking could be that the fast track takes care of that type of thing?
Or is there going to have to be, or is there a connection coming between fast track and spatial plans? That means we won't need a fast track.
That's up there.
I would love it if that second thing was true, but I'm not sure it is. At this point, yes, a fast track would effectively do that because, yeah. But I think
I wonder if that's the get out of jail type card that's sitting there. The sort of thing you're talking about, saying, well, actually, if it doesn't fit there, we'll just go over here and we'll fast track it.
The challenge with the fast track bill as it stands is it overrides existing plans, and whether it can override a spatial plan in totality, that then undermines your spatial plan. So there's a balance. At the moment, you can get a fast track approval for something that's a prohibited activity. So completely contrary to your objectives and policies.
So without throwing the curveballs, that's something we need to sort of have a view upon, saying, well, that needs to be certain, as opposed to otherwise it undermines the whole process.
Yep. So you could. I mean, the fast track has some genuine benefits, but there's also some, opportunity costs that come with those benefits. And I think the bills are silent on fast tracks and how they interact. So the assumption is that the Fast Track Act will be enduring.
I think even ministers have said that in the media, but it's not clear how the spatial plans or any of the plans do.
But we could give helpful direction, like those that are consistent with the plans should be given priority, or those that are inconsistent with the plans do something else. I don't know.
And not say what something else is.
I am really interested. I think this is new legislation. I think there's an opportunity with 15 that we really seek that maybe 2 in the South Island, 2 in the North Island are tested and see how well the system works before we roll this out everywhere. Where there's a huge demand for this, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be possible. But in order to ensure that the system works and test it, and also to ensure that there's enough of the ability and capacity in the communities, I'm wondering if that can be staggered. I don't know. I think that's really hard to do with the intent. There must be some councils that need this more than others.
Just keeping in mind that extension to existing consents is tied to having that new plan framework in place and not processing any consents under existing. It's a very specific point that's been made. So any suggestion along those lines needs to somehow answer that question as well, whether it's allow consents to be applied for under existing, whatever it is. But I think if you're going to suggest option, you need to then address this point that they're trying to carry forward expiry dates to ensure everything's under the new system. So somehow that has to be.
Look, I'm one of the few people who was practicing in this environment when the Resource Management Act came out. Some of you probably weren't born. The fact that so many cases were held up with impending cases to the High Court was back then it was a different court to understand the definitions, and they literally became backed up waiting for decisions to be made, and that is unhelpful. And that is a reality that may come out of this process change. And I think we should say that is likely to happen. Be honest about it and say that we can test these things a lot better if we plan to do it iteratively. But I also appreciate that our council probably wants this rolled out quickly, maybe a light touch because we've just done the RPS, but there are some councils that I don't know, I just don't know the need and desire, especially given the consent stage that where the other councils are. Any other comments on that? If not, we can go to 16. Are you confident you've got some ideas about that?
About
you're happy with what we've just been saying?
Yeah.
Natural Environment Bill. 16. IRC supports the time limits. And targets.
Right.
I'm sorry,
on the Natural Environment Bill in general, yesterday we noted, or in part of the discussion, that there's no overall maintain or improve goal. And I don't know if we reached a conclusion around that. And I must say, just having since then looked at in section 11, looking at the goals, where the goals are basically that anyone doing these things must seek to achieve the following things, not even achieve them. So I guess I'm under no great illusion that the government at Select Committee will necessarily make those changes, but still, if we think that's important, I think we should say this should be strengthened. Now, I don't know if there's agreement for that, but I would certainly like to see that in there if that's possible.
Okay, Gretchen, you made some comments about that yesterday, highlighting protected and something, and I can't remember.
Well, that was
improved.
to do with our own functions rather than the overall goals.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree with Alan. It's quite a shift.
Anyone else wish to speak to that? I'm just going to check if that's in relation to 16 or just generally overall.
I think generally overall, because yes, the limits targets, that 16 is quite right. We need that clarity as soon as possible, and it's very difficult without it.
Any other comments? I just want, I think I've turned it around slightly. We need people to be ambitious, but not so ambitious that you can't measure and monitor everything and the effects of doing anything. And that's where having really bespoke attribute states that you need to be dealing with is much more helpful than having a big range that you really can't measure.
So at which point is that?
Oh, that's what I'm saying, the attribute limits, but because you can't do 27. You can't work towards 27 attribute states. You can measure and monitor, absolutely. But the other part of that is, I'm going to reiterate that we recognise that it's not all land use activities that may be the biggest, having the biggest effect, and that we need to ensure that tools go much more broader than traditionally in the RMA, like pest management, are brought into a national direction. Yeah, and there's other ones in there too. Okay, no one else wants to make any comments?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess regarding participation, yesterday and today we had quite a bit of discussion around standing. That is, who's entitled to submit, whether it's at the plan stage or the consent stage, and there were different opinions. So I guess just to get some idea of what we would expect to put in here, to say there were different opinions, or do we say nothing at all? I'm not sure what the thinking. That's around.
Yeah, no. I'm just wondering if we're going to be consistent. If iwi are seen as being involved more at plan level, is it that's the plan level is where we offer more input and less at the consents, or not? I'm putting that up.
Well, I wasn't even thinking iwi. I guess that requirement about residents, because I think that there's something around that at the plan level as well.
Yeah, so we will, in the council paper, you'll have an option that represents the different points of view.
Yeah.
And then your decision at council will be to keep one, the other, or both. And if you keep both, we will make them work in a way that doesn't look like they're doing that, but they're,
No, that's good. Thank you. Just I hadn't seen that detail in here, but that sounds good. Thanks, Anita.
We weren't ready to do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, next page. If you're, yeah. Neil?
I just caught earlier the risk number 21, risk that regulatory relief will chill environmental protections. So the context around that, it'll water them down, or
Yeah, it was that conversation that happened yesterday that said if you impose an environmental protection that triggers regulatory relief, it might make you consider the environmental protection. And then Councillor Malcolm made the point that if if it's an environmental protection that we're required to put in because of national direction, then we shouldn't be the ones fronting up with the regulatory relief. So there's that differentiation. If we choose something in a, and can impose something that we're able to in terms of a bespoke way, then we accept the consequences of the regulatory relief for that. But otherwise, there should be some acknowledgement. So that's that general.
But equally, that it may stop people doing good stuff because they think they might get something imposed upon them as well.
Well, and it will be you stopping you. You might decide not to protect a thing because the cost might be too high. There might be too many people impacted, and the potential cost might be too significant, and you might decide not to.
Back in the bad old days, many of us saw people going in, buying new farms and just getting rid of the milk before it became a problem. That isn't necessarily good planning. You're encouraging necessarily worse behaviour because there may be a risk that someone does something as well. Yeah. But it was good for 5 wood supplies.
So you heard.
Apparently. I like that comment that someone said this morning about freshwater farm plans may be much broader than just freshwater, and could be a very useful tool, not limited to freshwater, certainly with Indigenous biodiversity as well.
I guess going back to the regulatory takings or relief, that paragraph 20 as well, I guess as long as that sort of really make clear the risks of including those provisions, the risks for regional councils or whatever council in terms of costs that we did discuss. And of course, a way of dealing with those risks is to remove those regulatory takings provisions.
So the other way is to fund QE2 well. That would actually be a really good mechanism. That if government funded the QE2 and these were so good that they could be part of QE2, then you could actually have a circular way of doing it well. But that is bigger.
Now, I don't think that wouldn't deal with all situations where people may think they can claim regulatory relief.
But it'd be hard there. Anita, you don't need to share anything with us?
No, we were just.
I can't share it because I don't know it, so I'm just looking it up.
I guess trying to decide.
Chanel.
Just on that regulatory relief, can you and I'm asking councillors, number 21, risk that regulatory relief will chill environmental protections and drive disputes and litigation. Is that a reasonable, and you're fine to say yes, is that a reasonable expectation from what we're thinking the government's trying to achieve? Do you think it will water down environmental outcomes? I just don't necessarily want to put things that are overstating a risk in our submission where the government is clearly going down a path. There may be other bits that we can say that in. I don't know. I'm just testing, do we need to have anyone?
We've just captured what we heard over the last 2 days, and what we said, there's no judgment on it, and then the decision for including it is on the 11th for the table to decide.
I think you're asking, I could ask a question different way. Is this actually reflecting that, or is there a softer way of understanding where the government's trying to get to, but saying that there are some risks with it and how great they are? Yeah. We can talk about the wording, because I think, to be fair to the staff who have listened to us, it's just maybe lost in translation at the moment. And again, we really encourage examples.
And this was about 8 or 9 o'clock last
night.
Yeah.
We're gentle.
Would it be possible just to change the word will to could?
Yeah, we will. We will wordsmith this, and we will make sure it reflects the message. As I say, this was late and a reflection. So don't necessarily rely on the word. It's have we caught the intent of what you were saying, and then you can debate it around the table in a couple of weeks.
And Anita, you want to say something else? No?
No, still can't find the section.
Jared, question.
Jared. Yeah. You could flip it to what would achieve it to, of course.
Yes. And I think it's helpful.
Yeah. And no net loss of Indigenous biodiversity. How are we actually going to do that? Because that's true. We are going to chill environmental protections that way. So what can we offer then instead? Because we're all trying to get to the same thing here with no net loss. We don't want to bear the cost entirely of that. Yeah, is really the point. So what do we want? And we need to word that somehow.
And I think Queenstown is a good example of this. So every area in Queenstown Lakes that is designated an ONL may trigger regulatory relief. At the moment, 97% of the QLDC area is ONL or ONF or SNA, or some combination of those three. Now, whether that continues to be the case under the system or not, I have no idea. But that's the sort of.
So if it's already listed, it can't come in afterwards. And
if it's listed, you have to redetermine whether you still want to annotate that. So everything is.
So even if it's already an ONL, it could still go for regulatory relief. Oh, I thought it was only if it was new. The interesting question then is.
It's a bit complicated, but it's regulatory relief applies if the designation wasn't on the land when you bought the land. So if you bought it before the layers came on, then you could be eligible for it.
Okay.
But if you bought it after that, then you're considered to have, like you would have known the case.
So the next question is, if you've got one and it's taken off and your values go up, do they pay?
Great question.
I love the idea. You're allowed them to do a land
That'll be
bank.
a first.
Yeah, I love the idea.
Who's getting paid?
Your land values have just gone up. Sorry.
You're going to pay any rates then.
Yeah. Oh no, you. Only if it's developed. Sorry. Again, I do think there are other. I don't want to reinvent a way of doing something. If there's something else that's out there that can get us that transition,
It's a good thought.
Again, just encourage too that it might almost be sort of a hierarchy of responses that, we think this, however, if you go ahead, we think this, however, if you go ahead. And I think underlying all of it is ensure that the definitions and framework are crystal clear. Otherwise, it will just become super expensive and technical to administer.
Exactly.
So it's almost bottom line, determined to go ahead with this, just make sure there is no grey in the framework that you set up. Otherwise, everybody will pay for that.
Did the Act have a bill that said therefore they're going to do changes in legislation that has to know the costs? Was that part of
They're going to
the
do a regulatory assessment for everything.
Yeah, because understanding what this is going to cost councils is very vague at the moment. I don't expect that you can tell us, but I'd love to know how they can tell us in your regulatory assessment.
Well, it depends because it's all subject to what restrictions you choose to put on land. You
Yeah.
choose to put none on, and then it doesn't cost you anything. So.
Yeah, so that's actually a Queenstown issue at the moment rather than ours potentially.
There's ONLs everywhere. In fact, I remember the Lake Onslow up whatever it's called. It's not called ONL, but it's exactly the same rules. Up in Manaboo Station area definitely came in my time. So.
Okay, I think you. I was just thinking about the higher the land values, the bigger the problem. Is what you have to also worry about. Okay, next, let's keep on ticking through this, guys. All right.
This is the last one.
Did anyone have were these options, or were they all systems going to be in there and you can tweak how you use them? Like there was market driven and market based in the other one.
Yeah,
Were they put as suggestions?
They're tools in the bill that could be used in the future. So there still needs to be national direction about the specifics of how they would work.
And they only work in the plan.
Yeah, so they're basically a menu of things that you could put into plans.
So I think the wording says if they're in the national direction, you may choose to or have to include them.
Yeah.
So every option.
And this is where we talk about it. We don't want to accumulate takes, for example, or we wanted to, I mean, I use the expression, don't, no area left dry, whatever those sort of things. Yeah. That would be in the plan, that debate, rather than the submissions here today, potentially. I mean, there's another layer of submission on this if we needed to.
Yes, yeah, when we develop the plan,
Yeah. But we won't necessarily have a chance to develop the national directions, which may be more directive.
Yes.
Thank you. It's just it's a risk. Thank you. Any other questions on any of these matters? Or statements of? No, we're all good. Next.
That's it.
That's it. Okay.
That's it. But I might try to summarise the consent compliance stuff just to make sure that we've picked it up. That's all right.
We do this today, but you will follow up with the slide so that we can give responses. Is that okay?
We can absolutely follow up with a slide.
Or something. That's okay.
Let me just find.
In the same way, like, was that a useful way?
Yeah, I think that was useful.
Yeah.
There's a submission point about trying to basically share our experts in an impartial way so that both sides don't have to get their own experts in audit and so have some kind of accreditation. There's a submission point about registering PAs with permitted activities of TAs if there are functions around that. A submission point about wildlife permits and the upskilling needed. Submission point about transferring functions to make consenting easier. That was in reference to a conversation Alex led. A language one around less than minor effects and the definition being clear and simple. So that's an example we can use to tie back to the other one. And then Kate, you raised the point about not changing the words just for their own sake, so retain them if there's no benefit to changing them out. The submission point about basically people are being paid, if it's their land that something's on, so they're being paid to do the thing, and then that can sway the argument. Ensuring the permitted baseline is discretionary rather than mandatory. There's a submission point about the hierarchy of effects when offsetting and compensation has been added. There's the general one around reduced notification and public participation. There is a submission point about public participation, and again, and I've just got a note, people on either side, so there'll be 2 points in there for that one. A submission point about deposits for resource consents being mandatory with a bill silent on it. Submission points around all consents ending on the same day, and to use our deemed permits experience as an example. A submission point around wastewater consents, the standards and the new wastewater standards, and suitable and best transition. A submission point about rolling over consents, not necessarily best thing for users if it reduces certainty. A submission point about not enforcing the discounting regulations if all the consents are to expire on the same day. Those costs shouldn't fall on the general ratepayer. A submission point about driving to catchment style consents, so that can inform the tranche 2 national direction. Consenting for lifeline critical infrastructure to make it as simple as possible. A point about making sure we have the framework for monitoring permitted activities and get the information we need. The submission point that Peter Kay raised about permit authorities, just confirming that. Supporting the compliance strategy because it's good practice with a link to our strategy to say this is what good looks like. A submission point about potentially a time frame or a limitation on how long it takes to get affected party approvals. Our submission point maybe about even involvement because there are opposing views. And then in the transport space, basically the focus is on that point 4 in terms of avoiding that cyclical nature and the GPS doing a flip flop and things like that. And that is what I've captured. Alex and Joe, anything to add? Speak now, forever hold your peace. No. You've ever seen things that look like that?
That looks good. And I think having listed that, we almost have to separate them into technical matters and substantive matters of principle relief policy. It may be helpful at some stage, but
yeah,
I didn't expect that today.
Yeah, and the thing that I thought is lots of the examples from the consent, lots of the submission points from consents are actually almost examples for the plan making as well, so they work in quite nicely together. So we can use the expertise of the consents team to do that.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we're going to quickly go, and Matt has suggested that we do a overarching letter that may talk about the LG reform and the planning reform and how that works together, acknowledging how true maybe the end way and how that looks. That can be an overarching thing. But there are some other questions that I'm just going to run through quickly that I think have been raised. They're probably, again, more technical, some of them, but they're worth just catching up on to make sure that we've got some consensus in there. Again, we're not going to get another chance to submit on the bill, overarching. This is the only chance. What comes in national directions will come out of what is in there now. It won't necessarily be able to change it if we don't get this. If we don't get the bill right in the first place. So we brought up yesterday the idea that title covenants can undermine all of this and where property law covenants sit. Is there any consensus? Have we got a consensus in the room that that's a valid discussion to be having? We may not have the answer, but we don't want it to undermine things. There are some things, if you're heading for intensification, that this shouldn't be holding that up or not. Is it just a technical matter that Kate's just hooked onto and it's not important?
I guess what I would say, and this falls a lot into the PA space in particular, is my experience, lots of the covenants are control colours of buildings, colours of houses, how much outdoor space you need to have, all of the things that the government signal they want to remove from this RM reform. And so the point Kate was making is if it's removed in one hand but still restricted on another, is that undermining the purpose? And that's the question. I'm not sure how much I've seen it in the regional space, but it certainly is. I've spent quite a number of years doing consents for a TA, and they absolutely come through.
Yeah, and I think that's the point that's the point that should be made. Is that it's all very well to do this new planning stuff, but if it can be undermined by other mechanisms and processes, it makes no sense.
Yeah,
because it shouldn't be. I couldn't get it. Can't get it here, but I can get it over there.
Yeah. So addressing time sensitivity to existing covenants and or
future ones,
and the time limit of the new ones, or changing them in the Property Act as required.
So we can put something in, and you can decide.
It's not going to be fixed as part of this, I don't think. But I think it's got to be raised, so it's quite clear, saying, well, you've still got an issue. And I think if it's portrayed in such a way, saying one of the things that's justifying these changes is these sort of things. And actually, our experience is they don't come from the current plans; they come from private property covenants, and we get blamed for it. So
we're just thinking about the most effective way to get some of that stuff across, and it might be that we have at the end of the submission a list of
other matters,
and that we also send that separately to the relevant minister for their attention. So as well as appended to the select committee sees it goes separately just into the box of good ideas that the minister has.
Thank you. That sounds great. Consent reviews. This is an interest raised this a number of times with us as councillors that it's fine to have, and especially with 35-year and even 50-year consents. What does a consent review look like with changing practices and things like that? What is it that we could put in there that made that process more balanced and easier, so that they could be an effective way of dealing with them, or are we happy? Do you want to give us a background to that, anyone, or does everyone comfortable that they understand consent reviews? We're silent, we're not interested in this. We tick it off, cross it off, we don't want to do anything.
We are, that if we're returning to away from long-term consents, we're returning back to them
Yes,
in consent reviews that will modernise the consent but not frustrate it,
yes.
become quite crucial.
Yeah. And it should be enabled, but the cost of getting that is also has to be shared. Better.
Yes. Because either council will propose or the applicant will propose whatever might have evolved to a point that needs to be reviewed.
Mhm.
The key is that it can't frustrate the overall intent of the consent.
So that's the current law, that it can't frustrate the exercise of the consent. Still the law? Yeah.
But the other part that you always talk about is the cost of getting to the point of understanding how it could be done better without frustrating it. And that's a huge bar for the regional council. And I'm wondering if there's a way that facilitates a better condition with industry to get to that point. Alex.
Joe's got something to add.
Good. You should have seen what she was doing a few seconds ago, Alex.
They went from there to there to now there. Look out, Tom, you're next.
I'd leave the room again, Tom, if I was you.
What we were going to say is that one of the things at the moment is that it is a high level of information that we as the authority need to prepare to then trigger the review. So certainly anything in the space that makes that burden of proof around needing to review it lower would certainly be good, but you need to balance that against us not just being able to do it whenever we want, because it's not ideal for the consent holder either. So I think there's something that we can provide around that, finding that middle ground.
I'm interested in doing that because I think it has frustrated us all when we would like that to be a solution sometimes to a problem.
The other thing that's just running through my mind, and I don't know the answer, but it's how a 35 or a 50-year consent, along with a consent review, along with moving away from a first in, first served to a market-based allocation or a comparative consenting process might work. And I don't know what the answer is, but that might frustrate the consent because you might lose it over I don't know. But a comparative consenting looks like two come in and someone decides which one is the best of the two based on
but you don't
criteria we don't know. And there's provisions in here that says you can kind of almost pre-bid for the resource before it's even available. So there might be some other things that are also need to be quite nuanced and but we just don't have the detail.
I think they should try it with mining rights first, and then when they've nailed it, then you can adopt it here. Because they don't do that with mining rights. They let people book those quite a few years in advance. Anyway, sorry, that was probably an unhelpful comment. Sorry, Neil, you had a comment to make on this?
No, I think it's been picked up and I'll wait and see, and I've set my mind in the right place.
Thank you. Declaration payments and accommodations, I just think that's a helpful thing. It was obviously, I didn't realise it had been Labor suggested. I think it's helpful to be transparent. We've all done that in our election results, as we know. The fast track future. So we don't understand this. We want to give a submission on this. Either we want to say we like fast track and that it has to have limitations, or that we presume that the new RMA processes get rid of the need for that. Or is it an urgency thing that has to be triggered first? Any thoughts on this? Because I think at the moment it is up in the air. Have I got that right?
Yep. Yeah, it's a tool. It's currently sitting there. I'd like to see it stay there. If it can sit alongside what we might evolve to, or we were going to get to with these plans, and local government needs to as well. It's another tool. It's there. I'm happy for it to stay there.
The comment I would say, if we're building the best plans we can have, what the triggers that allow it to go through fast track would be meeting either the demands of the community in a way that best fits the answers of the problems and issues of that community, or it deals with an infrastructure issue. Because I find it really hard to see a fast track that is trying just to be quite cross pen and
we won't have any triggers there. Why not leave it there
so
that it can accommodate anything if it
yeah, you could have any, but it may be given an easier pathway if it meets some of those demands rather than them all being equal. If it's one that's contrary to plans, you may actually say it's going to get the slow fast track rather than the fast track. I don't know.
I'd be really happy for them to go and to think that we've got quality planning in place that enables a process that deals with the types of things that could come up that are fast tracked, exactly as Kate says, like infrastructure. Priorities for the region should be spelled out in your planning. You should have enough flexibility to be able to deal with them. I don't think things should be taken above the region and handled nationally. I don't really like that. And decided by ministers. There should be that ability within the system to deal with it here.
And taking Richard's thing, saying, well, if they are to stay in there and they don't tick any of the boxes, at least there has to be some consideration of spatial plan and natural environment plan. Yes. That may be the other way of doing it. So
we've got different views.
Yeah, but we can give a nuanced thing saying what the other using these other plans, if they're incorporated into the consideration, then actually that alleviates some of those issues.
And I think things like a fast track for something that is in the spatial plan is a really useful tool. It's you've said it's the right thing to do in the right place. Just go and do it, one stop shop, and then there's potentially other avenues for things that are least consistent with the spatial plan, or new information comes up, or whatever, and there might be different mechanisms. But I think there are different tracks and opportunities.
Okay.
So I think we might need to tie the fast track together with the spatial planning.
Yeah.
Private plan change, door open, somehow stuff. I'm not sure how.
Yeah. No, that's cool. Thank you. You.
This is Anita's fault, what I'm about to say. It strikes
I
me.
need to for everything today, honestly.
It strikes me that it's probably having provision for within your spatial plan or whatever to bring in another process if certain hurdles are met, rather than have it as a separate piece of legislation. I just wonder if there's any logic around that. That might be where it better sits. And I don't know how that works. But
that's the one.
It's so it's in the thinking at the outset, and so here goes how we, the community or anybody else, can fix something that maybe has otherwise not been thought of, because as clever as we are, we can't. Our crystal ball's not that good. So maybe that's a compromise, because it gives a pathway.
Yeah, it's that pathway thing you're talking about as well. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I've taken off the definition of beds because Tom has assured us that he's nailed that, and I'm wrong. That's okay.
He's not listening either. So
it's okay. Anyway, I'm glad his writing the next plan is going to be better. How do we reduce duplication? And I think that is the intent, but maybe just as a catch-all, something like section 17A with a delegation to the other council could be useful in there. The section 17A of the Local Government Act, where you either have to provide for sharing, or you might have joint hearings or something. Does that make sense? Or where you've got crossover boundary issues even with another council. I think we should have something that drives a delegation. Does that make sense? An ability to delegate to stop duplication. I don't know. Is it already in there?
I think it is.
What about other if regional council to regional council, was that delegation on there?
It's just under the RMA, so it's just potentially bringing that into the new act. So I actually can't confirm whether it is in the new ones. And my point yesterday, I think, was as well potentially allowing current ones to roll over rather than having to set them up again. Might be another.
I've actually got that point captured.
Okay, great. Thank you. I can cross it over. Okay. Recognise work with done the RPS one. I think we're saying we can reuse that. Long-term consent permits. What is the question there? What are they? We've long-lived infrastructure isn't. Section 179 doesn't quite make sense to me. 35 or no less than and no more than 35. So it's 35 to say it's 35.
And
but
water infrastructure seems to be totally left out.
So that's the definition of long-lived infrastructure over here, which we'll get to. Yeah. But I think that what we understand is that they are being enabled, and we support that. Some of us at least support that we can have long consents. My difficulty at the moment is it's 35 or 5, and I can't remember which clause, 128, 100. You had it. I think they're too black and white. and we should be clever about what those definitions should be. And again, people want certainty, and that I think the way the word section 128 or something is worded, I don't think it's particularly helpful. Is it 128?
128. Maybe that's natural resource permit may include wildlife permit.
And I don't keep maybe back one then, or
We could check that later.
yeah. Environmental flows, they're now called environmental limits. I think that's Andrew's one. I think he's concerned how they're set, and we haven't got clarity about that. That will be national direction, or will it be science coming out of the council?
The methodology will be set through the national direction. So it might be that all rivers are required to be set in the same way.
Can we just note that our rivers are quite different from some other rivers, and we do not want one size fits all, and the methodology has to suit Otago.
In fact, we can provide some really useful examples of the different types of rivers and different flows that we developed through the draft land water plan.
And Tom has just left when I was going to ask him, can he give some examples of frustrations he may or may not have had?
I do wonder how much effort we go to for this mission on that, because it's really part of the national direction conversation.
Can we put it on that back bit saying we'd love to have conversations because we think we've got bespoke issues here and we don't want to be treated.
And I think this goes in the same bucket of the submission as the driving people towards catchment consent.
Yeah.
We know it's not going to be addressed in here, but we know you're working on it.
Yeah.
And so while you're working on it, can you think about this, and can you also think about limits for rivers? I think it's the same, driving that second tranche in the national direction.
Resource use, i.e. gravel extraction, I think we've talked about that, and that may be a plan issue. There may want to be some directions about it though. It has become much harder, and that has affected our roading networks. It's sort of reflected the costs of building these days, and a whole lot of infrastructure, and because of the cost of transport. And we understand that. Carry us. Well, your comment.
Yes, well, it's also reflected that contractors and others now go looking for gravel sites within land as opposed to and ignore the resource that sits within rivers because of how hard gravel extraction has become. So the opportunity to reset that is definitely worth considering. To me.
So I think we can make a point there, but also tie it to the NPS infrastructure, which does enable gravel extraction. Is more enabling of gravel, I should say. Is more enabling of.
So, and it comes down to whether it requires rules or whether it requires best practice. And I know that in Canterbury they do best practice, and if you're doing best practice, you get a green slip and you go up and do it. And I think sometimes we made that jolly hard. And because it requires consent on a certain stretch, the gravel moves, you need to get a new one because the gravel's moved down to another point and those sort of things. We need to be flexible and okay. Pragmatic wetland definitions based on degree of modification. I think just the whole wetlands thing has become too hard. It is impossible to work out what a wetland is, and I've spent hours trying to work out what the previous definitions were personally. I think we need
They are working on that in the national direction. That we're waiting for any second.
Excellent.
Yeah.
It is only excellent if it comes out right, and I think we don't need to overcomplicate it, but we actually have to make it make sense. And
I've heard good signal.
Good. Excellent. The millions of dollars we've spent on trying to define those in Otago is eye-watering. How do regional deals tie into the RMA reform? Do you understand this question? Is this one of yours, Gretchen? No, I'm not calling Jared now.
I didn't write it up, so it's not mine, but
I think I might have raised it yesterday.
Yeah, I might be doing sorry.
And I think it's more of a question of saying, is it relevant? And maybe you just need some reference if it is or isn't.
So I think from my point of view, the key thing with regional deals is making sure that the infrastructure that's needed to support regional deals is in a spatial plan.
Yeah.
So that it's enabled. So
that make sure regional deals are consistent with and that
are enabled
and,
for a
and
spatial
spatial
plan.
plans are consistent with regional deals.
The regional deals might be informed with a spatial plan or the other way around.
The challenge is you're not going to necessarily see it reflected in the HEX. It's only for 3 region, so they're not going to put it in the
Probably best to
legislation.
stay silent at this point in time, just about.
It's an opportunity, if it's something they're going to roll out.
Because regional deals will be done before this is landed.
No, but the Labor have said that they'll carry along with the mechanism.
Yeah, but I'm saying the regional deal process will be along the track, and there will be things that come out of that will inform us later that we don't know about now. So I think it's my question's been answered.
Okay.
But then a future regional deal may then result in a spatial plan change.
Yep.
Which is fine.
Pending the outcome of
So, so requiring a spatial plan change because of
Uh-huh.
regional deal, it could be in that, but what may trigger a regional deal? And every developer will be coming in saying, oh, well, all the time you're doing this, can you do this?
So I'm just thinking there is an optional list of things that you can include in a spatial plan. So we could make reference to enabling a regional deal if one exists, and then if there's going to be more around the country, that doesn't cut anyone off, but it doesn't sort of signal that there's only 3. So we could probably
That could be considered in a spatial plan.
Yeah.
Smart government may say, actually, we need to have that because otherwise.
And now we're saying, thank you, Neil.
Not be able to in the spatial plan.
Did you have something else to say, Gary? Okay, urgent works, community, ORC or TAs, then I think we got that this morning. Didn't you?
Sorry.
No, you've got
I was-
something else to say.
I was going to ask about, just going back to the regional deal conversation, about previously the government had said that there might be the provision for sub-regional spatial plans. As it's worded at the moment, the bills don't really seem to provide for that, although it's a bit unclear. I guess there's a question about whether you want to put anything in about
that would allow.
I think it's really helpful and it would answer to a certain extent Gary's issue, is that a sub-regional deal would be something that'd be easier to change than and more quickly and flexibly, and given the growth rates of Cromwell and Queenstown and Wanaka, that may be a sensible thing.
Yeah, so just from a practical point of view, we've been having lots of conversations with Queenstown Lakes and CODC about a sub-regional spatial plan, but we've been really mindful that if we need to do one spatial plan for Otago, then whatever we do there, we need to be able to clip together with whatever happens for the coastal strip. So the opportunity to have 2 sub-regional plans rather than one regional plan, maybe useful.
And at what point does it become such sub-regional that it actually would be more practical to be a TLA spatial plan?
It can't be. No. But it may lead to the entry, it may be driven by the reform as well, the LGA, local government reform. You may be finding out pretty quickly that actually Queenstown has to be a special territory, or what those lines are, and you'd be doing the sub ones now to inform the local government reform.
The submission point is that the boundaries are unclear at this point because we haven't set them. It's voluntary, and through that committee, board determine what we look like in the future, and we haven't done that.
The point I made this morning, and I think Tom nodded his head. Urgent works. If there's urgent works that this makes sense for both resilience, or they don't necessarily have to be just because of flood. But if a TA or an ORC or even the community needs something that's practical and just makes sense, there should be an easier way sometimes providing for that and being quite realistic about that. Any liability with goal no net? Is there any liability for the ORC with the goal no net loss of biodiversity? Now, presuming that if we do lose biodiversity, who pays? Is that your question?
No, it's
not. Oh, Chanel, sorry.
This is just an example of the case where the words do matter, and just probably even offline understanding the pathway for how we got to in the goals no net loss biodiversity. I think that's appropriate, but where does that requirement come from? Does it flow from a policy statement or whatever sits in the background? Because as Kate and Gretchen pointed out earlier, liability is not the right word, but it's a responsibility if we do not. There's a question around that.
Yeah, a good question, and also how far away the offsets can be potentially as well. I don't see a market for offsetting happening material as successful as the carbon credits could be.
Sorry, can I just clarify this submission point that you want us to include on it, just what do you want us to tell you before the submission point is where the genesis, where
If
that's
you wouldn't
come
mind.
from?
Yeah.
And then if
Rather than it
got
necessary,
to take it further,
And,
then
yeah,
I can.
and whether it needs to be embedded somewhere so that it becomes a part of the hierarchy, potentially. Okay, we've got two definition ones there. One is non-consumptive, and this is important when it comes to things like regenerative electricity. Coming up with a definition may or may not be helpful. Some of us thought it would. Have you got any staff? Have you got anything you'd like to add to this? I know if Andrew was here, he'd be adding to it. I think I'm counting your name as staff today, Tom.
Yeah, thank you. No, just so I think it would be helpful to refine some parts of that consumptive, not consumptive definition, and then how it's been applied. We have a number of situations at the moment where it becomes challenging with regard to water allocation, having to count hydro water as water allocation because it's taken out of the river for a short distance.
Yeah.
I'm sure that the team that are looking at it will be able to consider that with regard to plan rules and ledge and come up with something sensible.
Yeah, so it's not just power, some irrigation systems need to take it away out of the creek, then put it back in the storage or whatever, and what that something used to like as well. But the problem is at the moment the definition is around the reach of a river, and it may have a substantial effect on a small reach of the river rather than the whole allocation system, but one sways the other. And it could be a distance or it could be a ratio of percentage that you're looking at. There's a whole lot of tools that I'm sure the staff are clever at doing that than I am. The other one is, and I'm sorry, I haven't gone through all of the definitions, but I am concerned by some of them, and it takes a long process to understand what they are by cross-referencing and how they're used. But the long-lived infrastructure is so limited. I love the fact that it's got gas. Natural gas is something that's probably not future plan to the same extent, and yet doesn't have water, wastewater, or irrigation water, and probably a few other things in there, or hydrogen. Storage. And I think we should be saying that we need these because they not only affect the light, the extent that length of their consents are important, but also Section 3 and Section 179. That's where long lived is. 3 and 179.
Must be in the planning bill though, is it?
No. NES. Any national environment. Long lived
But it's not
infrastructure.
defined, is it defined in section 3?
Yeah, Section 3 of the natural environment. And there is it can go to Governor General, but seriously, I don't think it's going to help anyone. Having a Section 307, you can get the Governor General to gazette it, which again doesn't make it particularly intuitive.
The definition. Okay, cool. Well.
You have a squiz and
I've looked several times and I still can't find it, but that's okay.
I think it deals with transport, it deals with, but nothing for TAs. Maybe we're missing something somewhere else.
Yeah, that one.
Is it in the planning bill?
No, but I've highlighted it, so I don't know why I couldn't find it. I was thinking clearly did.
It's in part 3 of the definition of interpretation under long-lived infrastructure.
Yeah. Anyway, so when that in section 179, that is important what's in there because section 179 gives you the no less than 35 years and no more than 35 years, which could be, but also, and potential for 50, which I haven't quite gleaned. But I think it's important that we understand that there's probably some other things that need to go in there. And the opportunity of including those. And I'm sure we'll all have very different. Now, the other part of that I have always had a headache with is how can you say one part is electricity generation, one part is domestic use, and one part is irrigation, where they all go through the same pond. And I think there needs to be a policy that if there is one it becomes the longest or the shortest, I don't care, I probably do care, but we have to have that discussion. If do you measure it by does your consent get driven by the most water use or by the water that has the longest consent life? You can't separate those consents out. I know, Anita, we tried to do that in the land and water plan, but I don't know that it was ever going to make sense.
So I just know that we've got some case law on this.
Yeah, and
from-
I was just having an initial conversation about it, but often when it's a water permit, you're looking at the take and use at the same time, so we wouldn't necessarily divide it down into that detail that you're.
No, but the problem
speaking
is, how do you give a system that is so integrated different consent lengths?
I think the point is, if hydro is long-lived infrastructure, but you're also using that water for irrigation, then domestic, then does it still become long-lived infrastructure, or does it become something else because it's got two other uses?
And how can you give them different consent periods? It never made sense in the land and water plan for me.
Thank you, Kate.
Jack, sorry, you're on to.
But also the ability for people to innovatively add hydro into their existing systems and then not have it change extremely the overall functionality of what they're doing.
So acknowledging that that's something the government wants us to do, I think most people want us to have hydro. But if you're going to use your water for more than one thing, the purpose changing, I don't know. I think there's a good discussion to have here. I'm going to leave it to you, great minds, to think about it.
Yeah, and we can do it, so that's linked by section 127 of the existing RMA where it's an amendment, but adding in another purpose isn't a small change, it's considered a brand new thing under established case law, so I think we've noted the intention there, but we'll need to look at how that's presented in the new act and if that's how we would look to put that forward in a submission point, so we'll note that down.
Thank you. Sorry, can I just tease that a bit, because if it's 127 makes it a new activity, but from an effect point of view, is that just a piece of legislation that drives a process that probably isn't required in reality, if you're being pragmatic about it?
Yes, there is certain instances where it is ridiculous to not be able to do a purpose change, where it is like someone adding a tiny hydro in and they're still using that
You
same.
might know the same one, and I'm just, it's in the back of my mind.
Yeah.
It sits there.
But you have to be, if you're going from hydro to irrigation, it may be quite a different
Yeah,
story.
so I think maybe an ability to have some discretion, and if there is no end effect that they're concerned about, then it could be something that could go through the pathway.
Because otherwise you could have just domestic supply of water to taking the water for water bottling purposes, so yeah.
The one that's in my mind is one that's coming down the pipe for irrigation that says, let me put a wee generator on the end of it before it goes to get irrigated, and then all of a sudden go, oh no, you need your consent start from scratch, and you go, really, what's the logic?
Yeah, and that's not something we would want to be looking at having to deal with.
Great point. It's these things that you get out of experience, and why some councillors are working in that area of consent is a good thing.
Because we didn't.
Okay, we've got the new bills being passed, being during through election cycles, we'd love that.
We'll put that.
The other part, which we went to the title covenants, is the other tools that aren't being used or being reviewed, which are development contributions and how they can be driving what needs to be in the spatial plan better and maybe giving some credits. But I know that's a complicated one, but we're just not, if it isn't mentioned and isn't reviewed, then it doesn't matter what you do in any legislation. If you don't get the development contributions right, then you better be gnarly.
Can you explain that one a bit more for me?
Okay, so development contributions.
Yep.
Yeah, you know about them. They're hideous things, really. They're quite complicated if you want them to be, and some councils are quite complicated. Where existing building, sorry, if you're driving something like yield, high yield, but the developers are generally looking at their highest financial yield, which will be minimum pipes for maximum number of houses where the balance is sweet. They may be able to get 100 houses, but it costs them 40% in infrastructure to put in, whereas they can do 90 houses and only cost them 30%. Yeah, as an example. The problem with that model is that they'll do the best thing for them rather than because they can't get any credits on the yield model. I mean, it all comes down to the size of the pipes and size of the roads and everything else they have to create. They're driven by dollars, and absolutely right that they are, because that's other banks, but we need to make sure that the development contribution policy is working to get the biggest yield as well, and looking at how to balance what that yield might look like.
So I think the way I'm seeing it in my mind is the developer is developing 500 square metre sections and puts infrastructure in for that, but also puts infrastructure in if they want to go down to 350.
Yeah.
Then it's already in the ground.
Yeah.
And you can enable the intensification
later on, but they get a credit for adding that infrastructure rather than, I mean, I don't know, there has to be a way of doing it.
Condition? Yeah, remember.
Yeah, it's all bad. And I see, if the regional council's got any DCs?
No, we can't.
So I would say stick to your lane, keep away from it, talk to the TAs and let them do it, because they're really experienced in it, and it works really well in a lot of places.
And
it really works well, yeah, but it works well if you have good people. So I suggest that we should be making sure the TAs are doing the submission. We should stay out of it.
We can email the TAs.
Okay.
I'll let them do
That's fine. And is there anything else on LG reform? I think whether it's unitary, whether it's regional, whether it's GA, we need to really understand the import of that. And the complexity of doing both of these together would just make me the reason why we carry on until we see that clear transition path. But that's me. Any other comments on LGA reform? Thank you very much, guys. These people who thought we maybe finished yesterday, I'm sorry to have blown you out of the water on that, but I think this has been really good teamwork and I really appreciate all the input. And thank you for the staff working so hard over the holidays for that. Caught your time for it all, and thank you for everyone's contributions. It's been great. I am going to finish with, if I can find it. The card here, because that is what we do, and I haven't said this one for ages. Kia tātou rangamare, ki runga I ngā iwi o te ao. Let peace reign on all the peoples of the world, and we mean it seriously now for every piece of people of the world, sad as it may be. Thank you.
Thank you all. That's been really helpful. You've given us lots of stuff to do over the next week. So thank you very much.